being. Cause I can go numb and mute out my human feelings. Got a murder on my belt, it's holding up my denim. I'm keeping the feds out my bitch, you trying to put them in them. You say you wanna square out, well fuck it, square out. Chopper knock your hair off, it turn your bear off. I pray my haters get corona, stop that coughing on me. The last nigga ran up on me in a coffin, homie. I know the feds listen to me, they my competition. Couldn't beat me fast, well, so they recruited snitches. Put your homie in the ICU, he needed snitches. You acting gangster, but deep down you know y'all really bitches. I make it snowstorm, not a flurry, whip it in a hurry. They say I did it, I'm so rich, I still crank up the jury. They wanna hang me by the Raptors like this Carter jersey. Everybody broke, I could've retired early 30. Run through like $30 million in my early 30s. I ripped the six like Julius Irvin, Showtime like Sam Perkins. These bitches eating these Perkins like they bossed in baked beans. Somebody ditch him cause he trying to beat me, it's a dream. It's Gucci.
You still dope in the schoolhouse, look at me now. I'm a rich fucking dropout, y'all. Parents in my mouth, now pop out, pull up on your block, everybody get shot down, y'all. Cartier sound when the lights out, he don't want to smoke, pussy nigga better pipe down. Get that man, bitch, you want to fight now, hit her from the back, want a Glock and a nightgown. You know how they go, ain't got shit for a bitch, ain't got shit for a hoe. New phone cool with the butterfly dough. Made the bitch fly, see how far we can go. They hate that I made this shit happen, I slip on the pallet. Post at the trail with the ratchet. I used to fool with the ratchet, but now I blew up. Yeah, all of my bitches the bad.
I ain't saving no hoe, I'm moving last pimp. Bands in my pocket, I got a little limp. I'm popping like Chrissy, my name on no belt. I don't know how what these niggas be saying. I'm for my right now, I'm bleeding. My face went baby back for no reason. Bitches east out on my know I'm bleeding. Push all of my lungs when I'm breathing. Damn, I love a hoe with a fat ass. Boy, you a bitch with your red ass. You stalking my shit with your mad ass. Like my Jason do it, you badass. Step out from these bitches to light show. My diamonds here where I know lights though. I love a thick bitch with no lipo. You hate me, your hoe on my life though. You love on that hoe, I would never. If she wanna hold and I love her. I might stress me a bitch, never press her. All my girls that come with a compressor. 32 lighters all on my dresser. Testing me, I'ma get you together. Bitch, I'm thugging no matter the weather. So icy, we flocking together.
Plan it out, make me a pot, I get special delivery. Then the bitch hot, you a bundle of misery. Get off my top and your shawty gon' go because this shit bop. I got food stamps cause he always complaining. He don't need enough of that pussy you playing. You better be careful cause this shit is dangerous. Lay your ass out like a motherfucking stranger. I say bird, bitch, ice cold, diamond grills, all gold, quick bag, all sold. Pussy niggas, all fold. My attitude needed a tic-tac. I put this weird back swiping no swerving the fox trap. Damn, I need all that. Send me a step for the solve that. Watch how my bitches resolve it. Fly as a bitch, what you call it? Tell shawty fall that. I can dissolve it. My energy wild, I got stamina. Catch you some nigga with money that camera block. These niggas really ain't man enough. Abracadabra, I see what's up. Caught that bitch cheating, you peeping her. Better think twice about keeping her. Bitches got options, that nigga been fucking her.
Yo, fly like a bird, man, fuck what you heard, bitch, I been making serves. Big by the swerve, I fucked on my fortune, y'all two on the curve. Yeah, codeine got me slurred, I'm drinking too much, spit this shit on my shirt. Yeah, I bought with no jersey, young nigga fix, young nigga look splurge. Lord, please have mercy, I got you bitch with me, emerging. Bitch better go join the circus, who you think I is? I ain't buying no Birkin. My mommy is the only lady I get a purse for. The Instagram bitches ain't nothing but worse. So I'm riding in the yellow Maybach, sipping purple, and I got 2 straps, so I like Urkel. Yeah, what the fuck you mean, huh? Bitch, this the PRE 1017 Dream Team, yeah. Bitch, I ball like Kareem, and I'm about my cream, yeah. They say money talk, what my diamond do too, and they say it bling, nigga.
What's going on, Conscious Crew? Happy Wednesday. Happy hump day. Everybody, thumbs up the videos. You guys are coming in. We are officially 3 days away from the King's birthday. Girl. It's a mess. I can't believe that I'm almost 40. This is my final birthday before the big 40, and I am so ecstatic, honey, okay? Because to grow a day old in this motherfucking world, baby, it's a blessing, child. All right? So you guys know what we're here to get into. Before we go ahead and get into it, please thumbs up the video. You guys know that thumbing up the video supports the YouTube's algorithm, but more importantly, it triggers up YouTube's notification system. So when you are thumbing up the video, you are literally knocking on the digital door of another conscious crew member. And because we ain't got no weirdos over here, it shouldn't be no reason why these thumbs up, not thumbing up, baby. We ain't got nothing but conscious crew community up over her. All right. You guys do the free 99 part, which is bully the hell out of that thumbs up and like feature, and then I do all the rest of the work, okay? So whether you are a Bush baby, part of the Replay gang, or whether you are in fact with me in real time, active in these streets, I need you guys to thumbs the hell up out of the video. Moderators, please encourage everybody as they're coming in and throughout the stream to thumbs up the video. This is single-handedly one of the most significant things you can do here on the platform, even more than subscribing, is the thumbs in up. All right. Also, shout out to all the new subbies. Make sure that you guys have your notification bell set to all. And last but not least, please share the stream out to wherever it is you have digital community, whether that be your YouTube community wall, your MySpace, your Facebook, your Instagram, Insta Story, Snapchat, the dark side of Twitter, Tumblr, or your personal OF. I don't really give a damn where you lay the link. Just let them whores know that we're loud, we're live, and we're certainly in color. With no further ado, let's go ahead and push on through.
I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
And in the midst of brokenness, he gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh and catch a little shade.
Ooh, girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen.
What is going on, you guys? Let me speak to my conscious crew in the building. Happy hump day. What's going on, food expert? What's going on, B. Thompson? What's going on, Brown Mama? Hey, Sherry. What's going on, Shauna? Hey, Charity the Gift. What's going on, Prince? Hey, BS Speaks. What's going on, DJ's World TV? What's going on, Mixed Glitter? Hey, Tamika. Hey, Tanika. Hey, Ema. What's going on, Deanna? What's going on, Sonia? Hey, it's Nene. Hi, my other sin. What's going on, Presma? What's going on, Arinda? Hey, J990. What's going on, Theresa? Hey, y'all. What's going on, Prince J? Hi, what's going on, Abina? Hey, Phyllis. What's going on, Trey? What's going on, It's Bree? Hi, y'all. What's going on? Happy hump day. Girl, the crying games are already beginning, honey. And you know, if it wasn't for us all being in this together, I would be laughing at these hoes too. But unfortunately, there's nothing that's going to happen to these damn MAGA supporters that ain't going to happen to our asses as minorities. So unfortunately, you know, I can't even get a good Kamala cackle in at the debauchery and the foolery and the backhandedness that a lot of the MAGA supporters are already starting to feel, girl, because every cackle I have for them, I'm really having for us. So, buckle up, all right? Mental health check-in. I am doing incredibly well. I received some really astonishing rejuvenating news. I'm gonna have to call it rejuvenating. Some very rejuvenating news on Monday. I can't disclose yet what I was rejoicing over, but I will be able to disclose fully shortly, okay? Definitely before the year is out, honey. You know, it was very faith restoring. You know, when things come full circle, both that good karma and that bad karma. That bad karma comes full circle for your opponents and your enemies. And then that karma also comes full circle for you, you know, those who reaped and sowed in love and light and harmony and righteousness. And when you just see the system cycling the way that it's supposed to, it's just so romantic. It's so poetic. It's, you know, everything that an underdog story is truly made out of. So you know, I'm just really, really happy. And because I'm in such a great place, you guys know that, and I always say this, you know, the top of my year, probably the first half of the year, started off really rough for me. I was going through some dark nights of the soul, having to do some shadow work. I had to make some very, very profound edits to my life. I had to really shrink my inner circle down. I had to really get myself away from certain things and certain energies and certain people. I had to really center myself entirely. And when I did that, that's kind of when like this floodgate of manifestations and this kind of quality of life just kind of exploded. Almost like that feeling like when you are suffocating or you're out of breath and you finally like you come up. That was this explosion, and that wasn't the intended purpose, because I thought I was like in a reasonably great place before I end up exhaling. So, you know, there's really layers and levels to this joy thing and to this fulfillment thing. And I'm really proud of myself for doing the hard work. I'm proud of myself for just the willingness to be vulnerable, the open-heartedness of it all. I'm also very proud of myself for the way that I dealt with a lot of the things that was happening to me, a lot of the betrayals, a lot of the just all of the shit I was taking on, honey. You know, I was also having to fulfill commitments and obligations to things and individuals that was no longer personally serving me, but you know, I doubled down on my integrity and continued to stay true to the mission. And so I'm very, very, very happy with who I am becoming and the way that I am maturely navigating my life and the dynamics and the complexities of my life and what I'm called to do and who I'm called to serve, and this whole walk of being an empath and not and in the words of Kamala, honey, you know, unburdening myself as an empath. You know, I feel like I'm really learning the ways to embrace that empathic call to life and the service that I am to be to my direct community, my family, my friends, my literal city, my audience, etc. So this second half of the year has been really prosperous for me, and it's just such a interesting kind of Hollywood blockbuster ending to a crazy, crazy 2024. So on a personal note, I'm very excited for what 2025 brings. I am very happy with the way that I am becoming of age, and I can't wait to say, you know, and to see what 40 brings. I feel like I'm closing out a very amazing chapter. So this is my last year in my 30s, and I'm going to rock out with my cock out, and I'm going to be ready for that big 40, baby. You know, grown and very much so sexy. What's going on, Topaz? What's going on, Benji, baby? It's going to be exhausting. I hope you're ready. It's not going to be exhausting for me. I have myself in a bubble. I actually didn't realize why the Lord was kind of incubating me and kind of separating me from certain things. And I realized like that bubble was going to be necessary. I wasn't even thinking about Trump, you know, when I was going through everything that I was going through at the top of the year. But as a result of the inner work that I've done and the shadow work that I've done, and the way I've refined my self-care, because I told you guys I worked very hard to get into my soft thug era. You know, I'm gonna always be hardcore bitch. I'm gonna always run toward the battles and the wars. That's just what I'm called to do. Okay, is to be a hero of Gotham. But at the same time, I know when to amplify my self-preservation. And I know how to actually literally exist in my own bubble. I know how to tune the world out. So I ain't never had to get ready because I stay ready. And I'm excited. And regardless of what the hell everybody else going through, and regardless of what the hell Trump is going to try to take all of us through, I'm committed to my well-being, period. And I'm also not against just leaving the country altogether. I don't have no children. You know, I am a surrogate. I raise other people's kids, you know, nieces and nephews and cousins. And, you know, I take in my community, etc. But I don't have no grounding obligation. So I am ready to do whatever needs to be done. And I will be doing everything that needs to be done for me to be well first and foremost, okay? So whether that's edit my relationship to social media, be on this bitch a lot less, be on this bitch a lot more, whether it's be and get my dual citizenship, you know, I don't know what it will be, but whatever it takes for me to be well for me first, okay, I'm going to do just that, okay? And I encourage all of you guys to do that as well. You know, the world always going to be upside down as hell. We're always going to be in trouble. There's always going to be mayhem. Light and darkness, you know, they are married together in this damn dimension. The laws of polarity will always be doing that interesting balancing act. So self-care is really important, and self-awareness is really important. All right. Hey, son, what's going on? Now, let's get into the shenanigans of it all, girl, because if there's anybody who's been telling y'all that please don't let Trump and his buffoonery pull a wool over your eyes. Remember, there was this whole Project 2025 situation. We actually read a condensed version of Project 2025 on this platform. If you guys missed out on that live stream, just type in Project 2025 and it'll come up. And remember that Trump has started trying poorly distancing himself from Project 2025, which was a extreme right-wing memo and mandate for the government to be in place. And it's really conservative, oppressive as vision for the American people, okay? Now, Project 2025 was supposed to be initially a secret. However, because of the ancestors and angels and Holy Spirits that reside, Project 2025 got leaked, okay? And because it got leaked, it received major backlash, and it became a part of the campaign for the left against the right. Now, once this backlash happened, Trump, you know, went to knucking and bucking and moon sliding and tap dancing and electric sliding and saying that his ass was not going to, you know, endorse Project 2025. He hadn't even read it. I haven't even read it. You know, I don't even know what it is. And even if I knew what it is, I'm not going to do what it does, even though everybody that created it is a part of my goddamn administration, okay? And then several thousand more rallies happened. And I realized something, that the only thing Trump was distancing himself from was the actual terminology, Project 2025. But everything he continued to talk about as a hypothetical policy were actually verses that came out of where? Oh, yeah, you guessed it. Project 2025. So a lot of people would not have known that even though Trump is not using the language Project 2025, that he was still talking out of the Project 2025 Bible. Okay? Well, guess what? Now that Trump ass is about to be sworn into office, the Republicans and the conservatives and the extreme right and the Proud Boys and Proud Girls, they are now coming out boldly endorsing Project 2025. They're bragging about how this was their mission all along. But a lot of Latino dummies fell for it. A lot of them po-ass, pale evangelical Christians fell for it. A lot of them dumbass, bald-ass, pale women and men fell for it. And then the small minority of black and brown dummies, okay, fell for it, okay? Black and brown dummies for Trump. They fell for it, girl. So let's talk about it. All right, courtesy of the Rolling Stone, baby. Oh yeah, sit back, baby. And y'all know all donation information is in the scroll below, as well as in the description box. Okay, you can $ Consciouztv and or paypal.me/Consciouztv as spelled right here on the platform. Okay, for all early birthday donations and just because you love a bad bitch. All right. Now, hold on. You guys, thumbs up. You guys are coming in. Thank you. What's going on, State 84? Hey, y'all. Hey, Yingzy. What's going on? All right, so let's get into it courtesy of Rolling Stone, girl. Republicans celebrate by admitting that they can't wait for Project 2020-5, okay? The right-wing memo that everybody said is not real. It's just a fear tactic from the left. It's just something that Joe and Kamala and Todd from Housewives, a scheme that they set up, baby, and Trump don't know what that is. It's not real, y'all. It's not real. Well, you know what's also not real? It's my ability to read this motherfucking article, because what I am not doing is subscribing to Rolling Stone. So wait, let's see if we can find another article, girl, because baby, y'all just ain't getting my subscription. All right, we got one from what is this? Exis.com. Let's see here, baby. I can't do it, honey, Roland. I can't do it, honey. No, ma'am. This is my birthday, bitch. You should be giving me the article for free. All that I do and promote as it relates to Rolling Stone. All right, Trump's MAGA allies gloat. Project 2025 is, in fact, the agenda. President-elect, oh my God, move. President-elect Trump's MAGA allies wasted little time after his election win before openly celebrating that the Heritage Foundation's Project 2025 will set the agenda for his administration. Why it matters. Trump repeatedly tried to distance himself from Project 2025 during the campaign, even going so far as to claiming he knew nothing about it, despite the fact that it was written by many of his close allies. Meanwhile, Democrats pointed to the Heritage Foundation's 900-page wish list as proof that a second Trump term would upend American life and be a threat to democracy. Driving the news, less than 24 hours after Trump's victory, his allies and other right-wing commentators begin to brag about implementing the radical policy agenda. Quote, now that the election is over, I think we can finally say that, yeah, actually, Project 2025 is the agenda. LOL. Matt Walsh, a right-wing podcast host, wrote on X Wednesday. Ex-Trump White House advisor Steve Bannon praised Walsh and amplified his post during his War Room podcast Wednesday, telling his staff to promote Walsh's comment on social media. Right-wing influencer Benny Johnson also chimed in on X on Wednesday. Quote, it is my honor to inform you all that Project 2025 was real the entire time, he wrote. Bo French, a Texas GOP official who came under fire recently for using slurs to describe queer people and people with disabilities, wrote on X Wednesday, quote, so can we admit now that we are going to implement Project 2025? Project 2025 outlines a plan to greatly expand the power of the executive branch and allow the president to override checks that typically would limit his power. It also includes recommendations for dissolving the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, shrinking the social safety net, ending student debt relief, deporting immigrants, and aggressively curtailing abortion protections. And of course, protections for the LGBT, protections for women, protection for practically all minority people, including a restructuring of the FDA, a total dissolvement of the Department of Education, etc. Y'all know what the apocalypse looks like, baby. Okay? So everybody is out in their cone hats and their white robes, girl. Of course, Project 2025 could mean nothing good for LGBT plus Americans. It could mean nothing good for American life in general. What Trump's MAGA allies have planned for immigration, you guys already know there's going to be one of the alleged largest immigration purges in U.S. history, if you let Trump tell it, although various states are getting prepped to combat Trump on that because it would actually cost people, it'll cost the country more to actually deport people back than to just figure out how to make shit work at this damn point. And the immigration courts are backed up by several years. So we also just don't put people on planes and haul them off as some of Trump's raggedy, dumbass, non-GED having as correspondents and administration leads are saying. There will have to be a legality and a whole legal process that illegal, undocumented immigrants are actually ciphered through. You just don't run up into homes and run up into New York apartments and drag folk out by their curls and ponytails and put them in the back of paddy wagons and drive them to the border and drop their ass off in ditches and, you know, welcome them back to Mexico. That's just not actually how that works, okay? So more than likely, this isn't going to be an ideal rollout. And you guys also know that the last time Trump was in office, his version of controlling the borders was actually separating immigrant children from their immigrant parents and locking those immigrant children into cages and then traffic them through the entire network of PDF files that run the world, because out of those immigration facilities came dozens and dozens of reports that children were being abused and essayed by staff members, by security, by border agents. Kids went totally missing, even though it's been 4 or 5 years now. A lot of those families who were separated from their kids haven't even been reunited. They can't even find those kids, baby, okay? They better check those underground goddamn tunnels leading to Diddy house, baby, because according to Don's lawsuit, child, the diddler loves to cipher in albino females and underage boys and girls and weird-ass buses in the middle of the night, and all type of Circus Olay-ass shenanigans are taking place, baby, okay? So that's what his version of border control would look like. Also, Eric Adams, okay, the mayor of New York, is preparing to push back against Trump as well as it relates to this massive deportation. So, you know, the illegal immigrants, you know, y'all got a few angels in disguise out there. But Project 2025, girl, is here. And everything that Trump is doing is out of Project 2025. Including, well, not including. We'll get to including. But before we get to it including, you guys may have also heard that Trump has created a whole brand new department in the government called Government Efficiency. A department that doesn't exist and that is not going to be legitimized unless it's with the authorization of Congress. Nonetheless, he appointed his lapdog, Elon Musk, whose new name is going to be Melania Musk, okay, to be the head of that department. Now, remember, I told y'all that Elon Musk was sucking Trump's inflated coochie girl for a reason. These two are in a weird ass epic bromance equivalent to that of Donald and Jeffrey Epstein's interesting bromance that, you know, none of the MAGA enjoys me talking about and mentioning, but I'm going to do so as long as we have to endure Trump's ass. Okay, I'm going to remind you of all his sins and transgressions. Okay, I'm going to remind MAGA of what they've done every single time that I just get the inspiration, girl. As good and as long as the Lord would give me breath, baby, out of that breath would form sound that incriminates the hell out of big fat Trump's ass, okay? Also, the people are crying out, girl, that there is definitely something bizarre and Twilight Zone and Stranger Things about this election. It kind of ran too fast. You guys know that Elon also had a machine that was able to predict the outcome of the election 4 hours prior to states even tallying up the score and giving an official victory to Trump, okay? Now, you guys know that Elon Musk is the creator of Neuralinks, which are equivalent to the new mark of the damn beast, okay? Installing these goddamn chips in people's brains and heads and making them hybrid cyborgs and connecting their consciousness to electronics, and they can control their car and their doorbell and shit, you know, just with a single thought, okay? He's also the creator and founder of SpaceX and Tesla and all of this New World Order ass technology, baby. So if Elon Musk could do that, then just imagine how small of a feat it would be for him to somehow poison or create some type of cyber bug or some type of distortion as it related to the voting polls. It has already been confirmed that Starlink is actually connected to the voting booth. You guys know that we did have alleged disruption by alleged Russian bots and shit. There's all type of weird shit going on at the polls. You're the burning of ballots. And I wouldn't be surprised if Elon Musk was clever enough to corrupt the voting calculations and somehow frame the Russians, okay, as a point of deflection, okay, because Elon Musk, he's got just this weird Thanos, dehumanizing, apathetic, mechanicalness to himself. Like, I don't even feel there's a human, like him and Elania, girl, they both have this weird soulless posture, and then put Trump in the middle of that. You just can't tell me that these two hookers were not up to no fucking good, okay? I don't think that a recount would prove anything different other than the fact that Kamala got her ass whooped by Starlink bots. But I definitely believe that there was corruption in this election. Hands down, baby. It don't make no sense to nobody. However, Trump done appointed First Lady Melania Musk to the head of the department for a imaginary department in government called Government Efficiency. And this comes right out of Trump's camp. Let's take a little read here. Let me blow this up. Can I blow this up a little bit? Let me see here. All right. I am pleased to announce that the great Melania Musk, working in conjunction with American patriot Vivek Ramaswamy, I can't even read this girl, whatever the hell this last name is, will lead the Department of Government Efficiency, also known as DOGE. Together, these two wonderful Americans will pave the way for my administration to dismantle government bureaucracy / excess regulations, cut wasteful expenditures, and restructure federal agencies essential to the Save America movement. This will send, oh, that's way better. Why didn't I didn't know I can magnify this damn far up. Hold on, y'all. This will send shockwaves through the system and anyone involved in government waste, which is a lot of people, stated Mr. Musk. It will become potentially the Manhattan Project of our time. Republican politicians have dreamed about the objectives of Dodge for a very long time. To drive this kind of drastic change, the Department of Government Efficiency will provide advice and guidance from outside of government and will partner with the White House and Office of Management and Budget to drive large-scale structural reform and create an entrepreneurial approach to government never seen before. I look forward to Elon and WHYTE making changes to the federal bureaucracy with an eye on efficiency and, at the same time, making life better for all Americans. Importantly, we will drive out the massive waste and fraud which exists throughout our annual $6.5 trillion of government spending. They will work together to liberate our economy and make the U.S. government accountable to we the people. Their work will conclude no later than July the 4th of 2026. A smaller government with more efficiency, that's what he wants, less bureaucracy, will be the perfect gift. Oh my God. Them niggas ain't gonna get nothing done for one. And this is all, they believe in depopulation, baby. They want to depopulate the amount of smart people and educated folk in the country, the amount of rich folk and entrepreneurial folk in the country, baby, the amount of minority folk in the country, baby, okay? They also want to depopulate the motherfucking government, baby, okay? Because it's easier to control when you have less people to dominate. And of course, Elon Musk celebrates by saying the Department of Government Efficiency, the merch will be fire. Now, people are sounding off, courtesy of the Neighborhood Talk, about Elon Musk, baby. One user says, we are finna be done for. They finna be sending up satellites and installing charging stations everywhere. Someone else says, how did he pop up with all these initiatives so quickly, but didn't mention them during his campaign? Someone else says, ain't both of them immigrants? That's been my question, is what the hell is going to happen to Elon Musk and Melania, Trump girl, okay? Because both of them going to have to pack it up as well, baby. If they want to do mass deportation, I'm all about at least fairness, baby. Let the pendulum swing from left to right, baby. If y'all gonna be doing mass deportations of undocumented immigrants, then go ahead and make sure that you put both Elon Musk and Melania Trump ass on the goddamn first greenhouse smoking bitch out of this motherfucker, okay? Long as they not hypocrites, I will at least give them there being a principled office, okay? Long as they're not being hypocrites, baby. Okay? Don't do no cherry picking, honey. Someone else says, Elon really won the presidency. I can't wait until they fall out. You know that Trump can't keep a damn friend. All right? Someone else says they definitely cheated the election. Someone else said, so will someone explain to me in layman terms exactly what this means? What does he have power over now? Okay, someone else said, now people all of a sudden don't care about the qualifications, but when it was Kamala, they was pulling up her preschool grades, okay? Someone else says, quote, the merch will be fire, question mark, what? Someone else says, yes, because Americans want merch, not healthcare, basic rights, or actual humans who care about other humans of all races and economic backgrounds. We all begged for merch. That's what it was. Someone else said, how the hell did this man get any votes, let alone win? Someone else said, this shit will be comical if it wasn't so frightening. Elections have consequences. Someone else stated, Greg, that this, we are closing the Department of Education for this clown show. Someone else said, girl, congratulations, America. You were just sold to the highest bidder. Someone else says, First Lady Elon Musk. Okay. Someone else says, a whole joke. Then y'all dragged Kamala about being underqualified, but y'all see the double standard. Remember, they always work together. Someone else says, girl, it's getting scary out there for the red states. I'm going to mind my New York business, though. Someone else demanding a goddamn recount. Someone else said, I'm so sick of Elon Musk. It will come out that him and his Starlink had something to do with Orange Mussolina winning. It already has, girl. As efficient as this takeover of Twitter went. Hashtag doomed. Yes, the election was hacked, period, girl. So you guys see, it's a lot of people, girl, talking about that hack, honey. A lot of people just know something ain't right in that Flint water, girl. It's got a tanginess to it. Trump really destroyed American politics. This is such an unserious government. It's starting, and this is what they wanted instead of electing someone that wants the best for everyone. Okay, so it's a mess, child. Are y'all happy, girl, that Elon Musk, child, is going to be heading the Department of Dodge? Government efficiency, that is. Now, speaking of Elon Musk, Melania Trump, okay, has apparently declined the White House meeting with Jill Biden, the current First Lady. According to Jasmine Brand, the New York Post has shared that Melania Trump declined an offer to head to the White House Wednesday and meet with Jill Biden, citing Biden administration's raid on Mar-a-Lago as part of the federal government's investigation into classified documents. Quote, she ain't going. A source familiar with Melania's decision told the Post Jill Biden's husband authorized the FBI snooping through her underwear drawer. The Bidens are disgusting, the source said, baby. So not Melania, girl, feeling away because Jill's husband, honey, had her pantyhose drawer salvaged through, child. But you know, the gag is, I'm sure that Jill Biden is relieved that she don't have to talk to the Stepford wife, AA battery installed as heathen girl, that she ain't got to waste a single one of her brain cells, bitch, in a meaningless, quiet sit down with Miss AI her damn self. So moving along. I don't know if you guys have heard, but breaking news, apparently a federal court blocked a Louisiana law requiring public schools to display the 10 Commandments in every classroom, ruling the law is unconstitutional. This is, in fact, a victory for religious freedom. I stand by this. Christianity ain't do a damn thing, baby, but convince women that they are to be subservient to niggas and to men. It ain't did nothing but help us to assimilate to the goddamn worship of whiteness. It ain't done nothing but allowed evangelicals, girl, to continue to sell Jesus to our face and then vote our oppression the first time they goddamn get a chance to, baby. Okay? Christianity ain't saved niggas from slave owners, slave captives. So as far as I'm concerned, yes, honey, I'm all for religious fairness, baby. Fuck freedom, okay? If y'all not gonna have the 10 Commandments of Satanism and the 10 Commandments of Buddhism and the 10 Commandments of every other damn world religion and spirituality, girl, the 10 Commandments of Wiccan and paganism up there, bitch, then keep Christianity out of the goddamn mix too, baby. There's no exception to the rule. Y'all want it to separate the state from the damn church? Well, then let it be just that, honey, okay? Pray your silent prayers and carry your goddamn Glock 9. All right? So that ruling will remain. There will be no exception for Christianity in the classroom. Okay? They need to also do something about the Pledge of Allegiance as well. Okay? Now, let's get into what's probably going to be a sort of kind of lengthy segue. Miss Big Back Trump, girl, says that he's going to have the DOJ pursue civil rights cases against universities that continue diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives in a resurfaced campaign video. Claims it's racial discrimination and will give restitution, aka reparations, to victims, to pale people. Okay, we're going to get this anti-American insanity out of our institutions. Check out what y'all's soon to be sworn in president had to say about giving pale people their reparations. Let me switch over my microphone. How doing? How doing? What's going on to the chat? You guys make sure y'all thumbs up that you guys are coming in.
Direct the Department of Justice to pursue federal civil rights cases against schools that continue to engage in racial discrimination and schools that persist in explicit unlawful discrimination under the guise of equity will not only have their endowments taxed, but through budget reconciliation, I will advance a measure to have them fined up to the entire amount of their endowment. A portion of the seized funds will then be used as restitution for victims of these illegal and unjust policies that hurt our country so badly. Colleges have gotten hundreds of billions of dollars from hardworking taxpayers, and now we are going to get this anti-American insanity out of our institutions once and for all. We are going to have real education in America. Thank you.
Wow.
Tuition costs at colleges and universities have been exploding, and I mean absolutely exploding, while academics have been obsessed with indoctrinating America's youth. The time has come to reclaim our once great educational institutions from the radical left, and we will do that. Our secret weapon will be the college accreditation system. It's called accreditation for a reason. The accreditors are supposed to ensure that schools are not ripping off students and taxpayers, but they have failed totally. When I return to the White House, I will fire the radical left accreditors that have allowed our colleges to become dominated by Marxist maniacs and lunatics. We will then accept applications for new accreditors who will impose real standards on colleges once again and once and for all. These standards will include defending the American tradition and tuition costs at colleges and universities and Western civilization, protecting free speech, eliminating wasteful administrative positions that drive up costs incredibly, removing all Marxist diversity, equity, and inclusion bureaucrats, offering options for accelerated and low-cost degrees, providing meaningful job placement and career services, and implementing college entrance and exit exams to prove that students are actually learning and getting their money's worth. Western civilization. Furthermore, I will direct the Department of Justice to pursue federal civil rights cases against schools that continue to engage in racial discrimination and schools that persist in explicit unlawful discrimination under the guise of equity will not only have their endowments taxed, but through budget.
Girl, Trump is trying to make sure, girl, that he never has to compete with the DEI hire Kamala Harris ever goddamn again. Okay? Now, I had something pulled up here to follow up with this. Let me see here. Y'all, thumbs up. Did you come into the building, honey? Miss Trump. Yes, God. Okay, here it is. That's what I'm looking for. All right. Check this out.
We would save half of our budget.
Okay.
It's not anything to do with school choice, but also separate from school choice. We're going to take the Department of Education, close it. I'm going to close it. We'll have one person, could be you if you decide to retire.
Okay, Mr. President, here's what bothers me. Here's what bothers me about that. So let's say you have a liberal city, let's Los Angeles, San Diego, and they just decide we're going to get rid of that history. We got new history. This is America built off the backs of slaves on stolen land. And that curriculum comes in.
Then we don't send them money.
So all of this penalizing universities and public school systems for racial discrimination under the guise of equity is him literally talking about penalizing universities and school systems for implementing things like affirmative action, DEI, which are all initiatives and policies created to combat systemic racism to begin with. So Trump is literally wanting to remove DEI and affirmative action for one, because he wants his tribe to be able to openly discriminate without any legal recourse, okay? This allows people to fill up their businesses, fill up their schools and universities, allows them to also openly discriminate in banking and student and banking loans, housing. I mean, you fucking name it across the board, okay? Because if we operate under a fake ass colorblind philosophy, I see no color, it doesn't allow us to nuance the reality of racism. And that's exactly what Trump wants. Without affirmative action, without DEI, corporations are allowed to use very broad and general metrics as it relates to hiring, as it relates to permitting students to learn under their universities. But we have major discrepancies in education as it relates to blacks and whites. We have literal systemic issues that impact black and brown and minority people access to certain things. And without things like affirmative action, without things like DEI, this would allow a lot of major blind spots that an already racially charged America would love to take advantage of to begin with, because it's just too convenient, and it allows for there to be this massive opportunity to intentionally discriminate and to intentionally segregate, honey. Okay, everybody knows what the hell Trump is lining this up with. Now, he is also a revisionist historian. He doesn't want the truth about the way his people did the native black and Indian people here in this country. He doesn't want, okay, the truth about the way that his people came into power in this land, and the pillaging and the raping and the murdering that it took for them to dominate and to have a 400 plus year head start on everyone else in this system. Okay. And ultimately, him not being interested in things like critical race theory or the reality of the education around who Christopher Columbus was. It's about really coddling pale children who Trump and his tribe believe should be protected from a proper and accurate education about their vindictive, menacing, diabolical, homicidal, maniacal forefathers, while not protecting Black youth from the reality of police brutality, racial discrimination. Like, it's okay that Black and brown children of any age get to experience that prejudice. No safeguards there, but we're going to coddle white people who already act deaf-tone and stupid as hell. Think about how even sadder America is. Could you imagine? Because white people have already been using the excuse that they see no evil, they hear no evil. We know they don't get a directed education, an intentional education about their forefathers, which is why a lot of them are so fluffy in their worldview and believe that because we had Obama and we had Michelle and we have, Jay-Z and Beyonce running the world, that racism is a thing of the past and is no more. And because Black folk are free out of the literal chains that they were in the South, that, this is just all perpetual victimhood on Black and brown people's part. Well, imagine Trump and his cohorts being able to literally rewrite history and gaslight Black and brown people even fucking more. And also help pale people to fall into a deeper state of the damn sunken place. Because once they get in control of the Department of Education and in our libraries, and they begin to censor all of the dialogue, all of the intel, all of the data, white people are going to have a real claim to their dumbass arguments because it's literally just not there anymore. And you know what's more pain-aching than trying to explain systemic oppression and systemic racism to a dumbass ninja? Is trying to explain it to a dumbass pale ninja. Yeah. So cuddle white kids while not doing anything to protect Black and brown youth from explicit racism, which is implemented through the criminal justice system, the literal physical over-policing of Black communities. This is the same president who also wants to reinstate stop and frisk, which are going to disproportionately impact Black and brown people, particularly Black and brown youth, who already have to deal with stereotyping and profiling, where Trump wants to legalize stereotyping and profiling. And then I saw all kind of weirdos in my comment section talking about how, well, but under the law, police are, they're going to be able to stop and frisk, but they're not going to be able to execute a full search. You dumbass balding bitch. You're talking about police and the law in an idealistic way. We're living in the reality of this being America, bitch. Okay, this is why Black Lives Matter movement had to begin. This is why civil rights, this is why we march in the streets, because the police are not honoring the law they have an ethical obligation to. So yes, in an idealistic, perfect America, police would do literally what requires of them as it relates to stop and frisk. But stop and frisk in and of itself is discriminative and anti-minority and anti-Black in and of itself. And you know what was really painful for me when I heard Trump, and we talked about this in the last live, Trump's stop and frisk bullshit, is that stop and frisk was the same psychology and attitude that got Trayvon Martin murdered in cold blood in broad daylight in his own backyard at the hands of a non-white citizen of this country who decided to profile and stereotype this young Black boy because of the way he was dressed. Some jeans and a motherfucking hoodie. So if you don't have citizens even respecting the law, and then you have provable racial discrimination in the criminal justice system and bundles of evidence to support police brutality against Black and brown people, most recently Sonia Massey. And then you have a pale president who wants to grant police qualified immunity and then wants to give them the legal right to stop and frisk all of us, which means that a police officer can interject into your everyday life. You pooching on through to the bank, pooching on through to the mall, pushing on through out of a convenience store, aka George Floyd. And by reasonable suspicion, and God only knows, because reasonable suspicion is so broad and so fucking general that if you look suspicious, you can be subjected to police intervention. We already know that we all have, as black and brown people, regardless of being male, female, queer, trans, that to be black is the reasonable fucking suspicion. You add on top of that the cultural aesthetics of locks, hoodies, bonnets, tinted windows, rims, grills, anything that makes you look ghetto in their eyes. Okay? Anything that makes you look non-corporate, because you gotta remember, black and brown people are heavily policed in corporate spaces as well. You can never get away with this hairstyle in corporate America. Your shit better be permed, it better be slick, it better be pulled back, or it better be cut all together. Bitch, you can't be black nowhere where paleness resides. See, Trump doesn't have to say out of his mouth, I am racist. That's not necessary. Because when you understand the system and when you understand who his policies will impact more, then you understand that beyond admitting he's racist, he's actually acting as a racist. He's being a racist because he too knows exactly who would be disproportionately targeted, exploited, and in danger of their civil liberties, of said resources, based upon the enactment of certain laws and policies. Some of y'all are just so dense and dumb that you don't even make great arguments for your plight. There are some of our people who really are walking around believing that because he's not saying he's racist, because he's not saying he hates black folk. You don't have to. When you refer to African countries as shithole and talk about how Haitian immigrants are eating the dogs and the cats and need to be blocked and stopped at the airports while openly inviting pale people from Norway instead to be here. Are we really going to play this game? Are we really going to play this game correct? D, actions speak louder than words. And Trump is making his actions plain. Okay? But this is who y'all preferred, baby. Y'all preferred a racist, bigot, elitist, capitalist, accused by more than 60 women of SA, who stole unclassified documents from the White House and hid them in his hot tub, who cheated on his first lady with a sex worker, but then wants to implement Project 2025, which is a ban on pornography, an industry that exists because of the same ex-workers that Donald Trump not only allegedly likes to cheat on his first lady with, but likes to show up at parties and have them be topless at, according to his bestie, Jeffrey Epstein, a known child and human trafficker. Oh, who he rode around in a private plane in for half of his 2024 presidential campaign. This who y'all want it, girl. So, y'all got to make it make sense. Now, moving on. Trump supporter, according to Hollywood Unlocked, is upset after fellow supporter and neighbor refuses to let their children play together. Okay, says Hollywood Unlocked. A Donald Trump supporter named Angel Rodriguez is trending after sharing a video to social media claiming that his neighbor and fellow Trump supporter refused to let their children play together. Now, this is a MAGA on MAGA crime. This is a Trump on Trump crime. This is a right on right crime, honey. This is a Project 2025 on Project 2025 crime. Check out the confusion of it all here, girl.
Rodriguez voted for Trump. His kids went to play with the neighbor boys across the street, and they were telling his children to go back to Mexico. This is Angel Rodriguez really upset.
Can you just explain?
But this is a man who did not believe the rhetoric. Somehow he thought he was immune to the bigotry and the hate.
Okay, go ahead.
Hola. Sí.
Mira, dile a él, todas las veces que me han llamado.
And the caption of this angel voted Trump, and within a couple of days, the kids across the street told his kids to go back to Mexico. Woo, child. Shout out to the Latinos for Trump, girl. Y'all are first up. Okay, day one of the sworn in president, baby. Can't make this shit up.
You see how when he posted it, he put only for Hispanics?
A los niños menores de edad,
Son niños que se les va la pelota y ellos lo único que hacen es ir a agarrar la pelota, más nada. Eso, ellos no van a tirarle piedra a su casa ni le van a romper nada.
They think that it only applies to the criminals, okay? It doesn't apply to the Latinos with a good family values. It doesn't apply to the Latinos who are family oriented. It doesn't apply to the working Latino. They think that Trump and his administration is going to be running up in their house and issuing out a census to decide which Latinos are family oriented and which ones are not, to decide between the deported and those who will remain in the States, girl.
Mire, yo sé que sí, disculpe.
Oh, I got their asses up here too. Woo, child.
Eso es el padre de los niños. Pero son los niños de nosotros nada más, porque otros niños van y le pisan su yate y ella no les dice nada.
Girl.
Guys hear about Angel Rodriguez? Angel Rodriguez, this Latino man's kids were playing outside with his neighbor's kids, both Trump supporters. Tell me why his neighbor, his white neighbor, fellow Trump supporter, literally takes out a pew, 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 and is like, I don't want my kids playing with your kids. You go back to your country. You don't belong here. Ooh. And that is just a beautiful thing, because Angel Rodriguez, is a proud Trump supporter, a proud Latino Trump supporter. Do you see that you will not fit into that world? They don't want you here. They see you differently. So congratulations.
But remember, this is what I told y'all. My biggest thing in being anti-Trump wasn't just because he's a shitty leader and a shitty president and a shitty person, but it was going to be the way he was going to add a lot of dookie ass energy into our society. It wasn't just going to be, my vote wasn't just about policies and initiatives and legislations. No, because we've already lived through this. We've already been through this. Unlike Kamala, Trump was not a new presidency. We had 4 years of this shit. We knew white people were all, like in the last live, all of a sudden now, white people slipping up saying the N-word. White judges, white politicians, white news anchors, all of a sudden now, baby, Trump elected, white people can't keep the N-word off their tongues. Oops, I'm sorry, I meant nugget, not nigga. All of a sudden now, baby, Trump gets sworn in. This inclusive country that's over xenophobia, is over homophobia, is over niggaphobia. It's 2024. We are a united people. All of a sudden now, baby, nigga coming out of everybody's mouth. All of a sudden, baby, folk outside, right across the street from their foreign neighbors, telling them to get their asses back to Mexico, baby. Baby, we got Latino on Latino crimes. We got Latino people calling them ISIS on other Latinos, girl. I told y'all the Karen energy, and Karen energy is a lot like internalized racism, okay? Black folk not the only people who can tap dance for massa, okay? Every other community, the Asian community, the Latino community, okay, they all have their raccoons, okay, who tap dance and act as flying monkeys for masses motherfucking system, okay? We all have traitors who commits to treason against our own people, baby, okay? So all these pale assimilators, okay, getting that work, baby, and I am gagging right now because this is the America y'all wanted. I told y'all all summer. I told y'all for months. Remember that this vote cannot just be about policy and who just yapping and talking the best shit about what they gonna do for us. Y'all got to remember the way that people use Trump's presence as a justification to let the Karen energy jump out of their motherfucking ass. And the man ain't even sworn into office yet, baby. We ain't even at the tip. This ain't even the tip of the iceberg, sugar. This thing ain't even got good and deep and thick yet. We still in the hollow. We still in the shallows of this shit, baby. Okay? We seeing the Karen energy just cranking, baby. She warming up the car, sugar. Ready to peel off, bitch. Okay? So, we don't want to hear no shit, baby. Them beautiful, loving neighbors that you thought you was in unison with, that you thought you could borrow sugar from, you could borrow their VCR, you could borrow their microwave Felicia from, baby, are now your open enemy, and they proud to tell you to get your ass back over that wall. Ya bitch. Proud about it, baby. Outside. See, there is going to be one redeeming quality that comes out of Trump's world, is that it's the only time where everybody else in this country gets to know what it feels like to be a nigga. Oh, yes, baby. That's the only redeeming quality of a Trump administration, girl, is that everybody else gets an opportunity to know what it feels like to be black as hell in this system. So, welcome to Niggerville, Latinos. Y'all voted y'all undocumented asses off, baby. Okay? And now you got black ass Americans like Miss Neek here in the comment section who's saying, I'm going to laugh in Espanol. Jaha, 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 bitch. Well, girl, you got to laugh to keep from crying. Shout out to my baby mother star. Shout out for the old nasty piece of birthday donation. Thank you, baby mother. Y'all know the King's birthday, baby, is on Friday, baby. We lit, child, okay? Thank you, baby mother. I love you long time, baby. Jaha, 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 jaha. In Espanol. Woo! Girl, let's continue.
I know y'all seen that video of the Latino man, Angel Rodriguez, who voted for Donald Trump, and then he sent his kids to play with the neighbors' kids across the street. And then those people who also voted for Donald Trump, mind you, told him to leave and that his kind isn't welcome here. What did you expect?
Oh, Angel Rodriguez. Let me tell you, this election, everything has got me so overwhelmed and overstimulated and all the above. And I'm sad and I'm mad and I'm all types of emotions right now. I am literally that movie with all the emotions. I forgot the movie name. But Angel Rodriguez, you have made my day. Thank you. If you don't know who Angel Rodriguez is, look him up. He is a man, a Cuban Latino from Texas who loves Trump. He voted for Trump. He has neighbors across the street who love Trump, who voted for.
Thank you so much, baby mother Amy. Thank you, my God, today. Thank you, baby mother. I love you long time. God bless you for those nasty child support checks / birthday love. Thank you, thank you, thank you, baby. I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all, baby mother Star and baby mother Amy, baby, coming through the harem. Like, what's up? God bless y'all. Thank you so much.
Trump, who are white. And he lets his kids go over there to play with the Trump supporters because, I mean, Trump. Oh, Angel Rodriguez.
Girl, social media is gagging.
No, they go together. Remember in the Trump rallies and stuff? Mexicans for Trump. Latinos for Trump. Cubans for Trump. Puerto Ricans for Trump. All that shit. Yeah, he goes and sends his kids over there. And the father was like, go back to where you came from. You're not playing with my white kids. I don't think he said it word for word like that, but he did say, go back to where you came from, and took his pew-pew out and blasted in the air. Oh, and Rodriguez is mad. Angel Rodriguez is pissed. Calls the police. He don't know a lick of English, probably just a few words, and he's speaking all in Spanish. He's so heartbroken. He's mad. He's making TikToks and everything. We don't care.
Baby, you play stupid games, you win even stupider damn prizes.
We don't care. Those are your people now. Those are your people. And for you Latinos and blacks who voted for Trump, we don't care. When they start turning on y'all, which they will, because the people in offices and stuff love y'all. Not the people in the streets. Not the people in the valleys. Not the people in the suburbs. They don't like y'all. So, peace and love, but don't come over here crying. Don't come over here looking for anything. We don't care. We don't care. You had a chance. Those are your people now. Adios, nerds.
The sad part about it all, baby, is that pale privilege got the country in such a chokehold, girl, that these folk would vote his ass back into office all over again. I am officially convinced that as long as pale people are in political control, that most of the country will be assimilating to paleness and consciousness and aesthetic, but assimilating nonetheless, baby. These are the same people who cried 12 days after he was elected the first time because he started overhauling Obamacare and insulin and cost of medicines and shit, girl. Okay, and then we had a little break with Biden. And now they add, I didn't forget, girl, and that he's going to make America great again, girl. He didn't even make her great the first time he had the opportunity to do so. So I don't have no hope, girl, for these raccoons of all communities, girl. They're going to remain in a sunken place. They're going to self-sabotage. They are a threat to their own communities. And these are the type of skin folk we got to look out for because they ain't kinfolk, baby. Okay? They ain't kinfolk at all. But speaking of this, I want to segue to Don Lemon's show. Oh, wait. No. Before we do that, girl, we got more Kamala cackling to do. Wait a minute. Because there's more crime, girl, from the Latino community taking place, girl. Courtesy of Hollywood Unlocked, Latino voting margin shifted toward Trump, girl. Latino Trump supporter is all for mass deportation, doesn't believe that Donald Trump would be unfair and deport family-oriented Latinos. Meanwhile, Trump's new border Cesar Tom Hammond believes otherwise. So check out this pro-Latino MAGA supporter, and then check out what Trump's administration is going to say in response.
People that are family-oriented.
The question that
They let in hundreds or thousands of people who already have criminal records. If deporting them creates a mass deportation, I'm all for it.
But what if rounded up in all of that are people who work on a farm? If they're doing the jobs that Americans don't want to do, does that worry you?
That wouldn't be fair. Of course, they need to make sure that they don't throw away, they don't kick out, they don't deport people that are family-oriented.
The question that
they let in hundreds of
President Trump has just announced that former ICE Director Tom Hammond will be our new border security person. He will oversee deportations. Here's a relevant video of Tom responding to gotcha questions from 60 Minutes about deportations, girl.
We have seen one estimate that says it would cost $88 billion to deport 1 million people a year.
I don't know if that's accurate or not.
Is that what American taxpayers should expect?
What price do you put on national security? Is that worth it?
Is there a way to carry out mass deportation without separating families?
Of course there is. Families can be deported together.
Somebody
they let in.
Go check on the king of Latinos, girl. Who literally thought that a census was going to go out, girl, discerning who is family oriented of the Latino community, bitch. And who is it? Okay, the haves and the have-nots when it comes to the green card, baby. Somebody go check on that, on the king of the Latin community, girl, who just got gagged down there at CBS, girl. Because they're going to be making sure that Papa Rodriguez and Grandma Rodriguez and Great Uncle Rodriguez and Great Auntie Rodriguez, girl, they're going to make sure that y'all don't have to worry about suffering withdrawals and separation, baby, because they going to ship y'all asses out all at once, baby. The entire damn lineage is going to be back there drinking from them cactuses, girl, in them goddamn Latin deserts, girl. Okay? Y'all ain't got to worry about it, bitch. All right? commenters are saying, girl, so he expected the Trump administration to go into everyone's home and test their family behavior. That's exactly what the hell he expected. Somebody says, I don't give a F. I'm here legally and I am Latino. Someone else said, is there a way to deport people without separating them from their families? Of course there is. Families can be deported together. But I'm going to go back to minding my business though. Somebody else wrote, so because he's Latino, he should be okay with illegal immigration. Someone else says, black people, girl, this is not our black ass fight. Let's stay on our black ass jobs and continue to mind our black ass business because we came out in the 84th percentile for voting opposite of Trump, girl. So most of the black community, girl, black men and black women, black trans, black LGBT people alike, black heterosexuals, girl, black Christian folk, girl, largely voted blue. Damn near 100% of the community did, girl. Okay? While the Latinos thought that their whiteness and their assimilation and their attempt to be pygmishas, girl, were going to save their asses. Day one, girl. The most massive U.S. deportation initiative to ever take place, girl. And they're going to be shipping out families, even if it drives America, girl, into a crashed out economy, girl. $1 billion a year to ship out 1 million undocumented Latinos and their family members. Girl, this is going to be a shitty mess. Someone else says, play stupid games, win stupid ass prizes. Someone else says this isn't that much of a surprise. We've seen blacks be anti-black and women who are legit anti-woman. And this election cycle brought out many Latinos who are in fact anti-Latino. We keep telling y'all, kissing master's ass only results in one thing. Postponement. Not actually saving. All you do is postpone what ultimately has been inevitable for everybody else. But you're being got, baby. Kissing ass just puts you in the back of the line. It don't take you out of the line, okay? We don't know how many times minority folk got to tell y'all that we can't afford anti-queerness, anti-trans, anti-blackness, racism, sexism, xenophobia. We can't afford any of it. All that ass kissing does is postpone your time toward the slaughterhouse, girl. It does not exonerate it. It doesn't. So all these people who have the complexion for the protection, but they ain't got the culture for the protection. Baby, they just got the complexion, girl. They ain't got the ethnicity for the complexion, girl. Sorry. But the good news is you and your babies and your great-great-grandma and all several of them damn Mexicans y'all have piled up into them one-bedroom efficiency apartments, girl. Y'all will all be going together, girl, okay? That'll be the only saving grace. And like I said earlier in the live stream, you know, even though all of this is a cackle, girl, I can't even really enjoy the cackling. You know why? Because we're all in line together. It's just funny because we told you Latino heathens what time it was. But y'all voted against your best interests anyway. You voted against your own people anyway. Now y'all pulling out Glocks on each other. Now y'all telling each other to get your ass back to Mexico, baby. This is how many of y'all have really assimilated and thought that, girl, y'all were Becky with the good hair in the system. No, you still Selena who need to get your ass back across that wall, according to Massa. Okay? They want you singing those Latin hits from the other side of the wall, baby. Okay? You know, that big ass river, girl? Yeah, from over there, sing those Latin hits, girl. Because Jesus. But this is the fuckery of it all, girl. Okay? I don't know what's more embarrassing. Trump's rise to power or the damn communities that literally helped him to get there thinking that they were going to be the exception to the damn rule. I don't know which one is more cringy. But we all in that submersible Titan together, girl. And we are almost at that 1,500 feet of descent, baby. Okay? We are that close to implosion. Now, speaking and expounding upon this Latino naivety and gullibility, I want to move over to Don Lemon, who had a guest on. This course is covered by Fair Use, Parody Research, Shout out to Don Lemon. Check out what his white guest had to say in response to the Latino community thinking that they had some type of solidarity, okay, with the criminal-ass Europeans who came over here and genocided and oppressed everybody else. Check this out.
And then speak to me about that, and I have one other thing I want to ask you about. You just talked about that, but somehow these people don't think that they're criminals, that Donald Trump and others are talking about someone else and not them?
Right. And what's interesting, the irony of it is, I agree they're not criminals. I don't think that coming undocumented makes you a criminal, but I know that Donald Trump thinks it does. And I know Stephen Miller thinks it does. And I know that all those folks who run the MAGA world want to deport all. They've said very clearly, they say 11 million, 15 million, 20 million, 30 million. Look, the best numbers we have would suggest maybe 15 million undocumented people in the country. So if you're saying 15 million or 20, you are by definition not parsing between the people who've committed armed robbery or sexual assault or murder and the people who literally just crossed here out of desperation to feed their families and get a job. You're not differentiating. And the idea that there's going to be some differentiation is a kind of conceit that I'm afraid folks are getting ready to learn is not real. But the fact that they believe that, the fact that they think if I take on the trappings of whiteness, if I take on the trapping, and that means the hat, it means voting this particular way, it means distancing myself from Black people. It means distancing myself from undocumented people for those Latinos who are completely, could be third or fourth generation, and somehow they view themselves as superior. The reality is white supremacy and bias against folks of color does not differentiate between the good and the bad. Folks might like to think that's how it works, but at the end of the day, it doesn't. And they're in for a really bad surprise if they stick around thinking that that's going to work in the long run, because it's not.
I've just happened to see a segment as I was preparing for this.
Beautifully and utterly stated. All right. Now, speaking of more gags, European MAGA voters are also now starting to feel the grave effects of what they've done and are realizing what they may have actually voted into place, which is, once again, their own oppression. Because Miss Pale MAGA supporter here, she voted for Trump and now fears losing the Obama plan that saved her entire motherfucking life. Girl, you cannot make this type of shit up. It's as if Donald Trump did not campaign for months. Like, it's as if Donald Trump never took to a microphone to explain that he was going to once again try to push against Obamacare. He was going to try to remove insulin caps. He was going to try to do all of this and all of that. And yet y'all ran y'all big back, greasy face asses down there, baby, just so that y'all could, participate in whiteness, girl. And now you're sitting at home outside the front yard of your double wide trailer, bitch, trying to figure out whether you need to pray to Father God or Mother Mary because you realize that the administration you voted on behalf of, girl, is about to give you the same health complications that Obamacare saved your pale ass from, baby. And now, pale handicapped folk, pale sickly folk, pale LGBT folk, pale unhealthy folk are shivering and shaking because white Jesus, his name ain't Yahshua, baby. It's Trump ass girl. And Trump is trying to get rid of the entire underclass altogether, baby. If you sick, bitch, he wants your ass out of the system. Okay? You can't be made into a working slave, laboring robot, okay? Because you ain't got a foot, you ain't got a leg, you're morbidly obese, you got diabetes, you got hypertension, you pill bottle popping ass bitch, okay? He wants you all up out of here. The gays, you ain't making no babies, the trans, baby, the niggas with all about crime. We've been telling these folk. I've been saying for years and definitely have been reminding all other non-Black communities that Project 2025 wasn't just something that was going to impact the gays and the Blacks. That the pale man system has historically made good on eating its own. So even if it has to devour up pale people, it will. It's a very cruel, harsh, toxic, masculine, patriarchal ideology. And they will squash their own. They don't give a damn if you look like them. Their question is, do they benefit, bitch, whether you look like them or not? So Karen here, baby, okay? She down there trying to make her decision make sense, bitch. She down there calling up the crisis hotline, girl. Don't let the crying games commence now, Karen. Like old boy said, baby, y'all had an opportunity, baby, to make a difference. And y'all didn't, baby. Because white women are deeply loyal to white men, even when white men want their ass in shackles. Even when they want their asses with no rights, okay? Even got them living in the goddamn basements of the family houses. They still, girl, have an undying allegiance and pledge to that pale patriarchal flag. And that's why I got to give Black women a major shout out, girl, okay? Because Black women are divesting. They stepping up in their independencies, in their liberties, in their self-preservation, baby. They out educating their Black male peers. They get into the business, get into the motherfucking bag by any means necessary, including if they got to sell pussy to get up out of it, baby. They getting into their independency. White women, baby, y'all better start taking a long look, baby, at what Black women are doing, baby, to rise on to the top like the cream does. Because, baby, y'all in trouble, bitch. Okay? You done stick beside him, and now he gonna leave your ass by the grave. A damn shame. Now, those Asians, remember us talking about that, police immunity and over-policing, and how there's no actual solidarity between any other minority community and the pale community, including the Asian community, who oftentimes like to identify as white, at least politically. Okay? They out here bleaching their skin too. They out here removing the slants and slits in their eyes, girl, in order to assimilate to European beauty standards. Well, this poor, what looks to me to be a man of some type of an Asian descent, 71-year-old Asian man who was yanked up and tossed on his damn face by police, girl. Okay? Let's check out this footage courtesy of CNN, girl. The Oklahoma City Police Department is investigating an incident in which one of their officers threw a 71-year-old man to the ground. The man's daughter says he was hospitalized with serious head and neck injuries.
I have to write you a ticket for improper U-turn.
The Oklahoma City Police Department is investigating an incident in which one of their officers threw a 71-year-old man to the ground. The man's daughter says he was hospitalized with serious head and neck injuries. In a police report obtained by CNN affiliate KOCO, the officer was identified as Joseph Gibson. On October 27th, Gibson attempted to cite Lick Vu after Vu was involved in a minor traffic collision.
I need you to sign with your finger. It's not an admission of guilt. You're just signing saying you'll take care of the citation for a ticket. You're promising saying that you'll take care of it at a later date, whether that be in court or if you take care of it outside of court.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Outside the vehicle, Vu attempted to discuss the situation with Gibson when the situation escalated.
Sir? No, we're done arguing about this, okay? We are not arguing about this, okay?
I want to show you.
We argue in court. We argue in court.
You take the phone and
we argue in court.
No,
we don't argue on the side of the road. We argue in court. Yes, that's how it works. Because if not, if you don't sign this, you go to jail. Okay? I don't want to take you to jail.
I'm ready to go.
You ready to go to jail?
Yeah,
ridiculous.
Later, body camera footage shows Vu appearing to make contact with the officer.
What you're supposed to do, the way where your vehicle was located, your vehicle was not like that.
Sit up!
No.
You sit up! Get on the ground!
No, see, sir. No.
Yeah, I'm gonna call an ambulance.
Here is the moment again, captured by surveillance video from a nearby business. In the police report obtained by KOCO, Gibson said Vu, quote, hit him and told him to, quote, shut up. Gibson said Vu, quote, fell to the ground after Gibson, quote, pulled on his arm. On social media, Vu's daughter said he was hospitalized after suffering a brain bleed and broken neck, and told CNN Monday that Vu is in stable condition and in and out of consciousness. OKCPD says Gibson is on administrative leave as the department investigates. CNN has reached out to Gibson, his police department, and the Oklahoma City District Attorney's Office for additional information.
So he pretty much got treated like Sonia Massey, but survived. Okay? Then the police officer lied. Said the man hit him, put his hands on him, and then said that the poor Asian man fell. And y'all wanted to vote Trump into office. Y'all wanted him to be sworn in so that he could give police officers who do not have enough integrity to actually protect and serve, who actually escalate the situations they're called to apprehend, more so than de-escalate anything, who are more of an endangerment to citizens, elderly, children, minority people, because it's a consistent pattern across the board. Latinos, Asians, listen to me one more time, girl. Y'all are not white, bitch. You're not white. They don't give a fuck about ya. You're never going to be anything but a number in their system. You could get stereotyped, profiled, slant to your face, popped in your face, and police brutality like anybody else in this damn system. Y'all arrogantly walk around participating in racism against black and brown people, thinking that y'all getting ahead because you willing to put your tongue all up in between masses' ass, only for master to have his sons to be tossing you on your motherfucking neck and putting y'all asses in hospitals with brain damage. And then all of a sudden, these are the communities that want to cry out to the black community for solidarity. It can't be solidarity when it only benefits you because you finally done fucked around and found out that you a nigga in the system too. When the pale man is allowing y'all to pooch around, girl, and to be CEOs and administrators and secretaries and shit at their dental offices, child, and allowing y'all to roll around in your BMWs and Rolls Royces, girl, and you think you done got an education and you done came up in the system, baby. Ain't no solidarity in sight. There's been a long-standing gap between Black Americans and Asian Americans as it relates to solidarity, racial solidarity. Like I said before, there's only one redeeming quality to a Trump administration. And it's the fact that every other community gets to fuck around and find out just how the system feels about them. That's the only redeeming quality. 70-year-old Mr. Lee, in stable yet injured ass condition, in and out of goddamn consciousness, leaking from his damn brain because he told a pale police officer to shut his mouth. But the gag is, baby, he got off a lot better than Sonia Massey did, who got popped in her face several times, fatally, for rebuking a pale officer in the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Daughter. It's a shame, girl, that our adjacent minority communities, the Latinos and the Asians, are all having to find out the hard way, girl. And this is only the beginning. Once again, the man ain't even been sworn in yet. He ain't even been sworn in yet, girl. So please don't clutch your pearls just yet. We ain't seen the worst of this shit. But this is what y'all wanted. Y'all wanted all of the buffoonery again. Y'all wanted to ignite and arouse, internalize racism in all these communities. Y'all wanted all of the Karen buffoonery again. This is what y'all wanted. I begged y'all to consider y'all's choices for months. I begged y'all to remember what happens, not just in terms of policy when Trump stands in office, but what happens socially. The way that people get real arrogant, real full of themselves, baby. The way that the police be outside. The way that racism be outside. The way that privilege be outside. Nope. People came into my comment section talking shit, being a Trump apologist, being a MAGA apologist, folk acting deaf and dumb. Be prepared for an onslaught of this behavior, baby, because Trump is going to see that there's good people on both sides. Matter of fact, but ironically, only going to be protecting one party in the situation, which is the party that's lying on minority people, making false police reports. These are the people that he want to give qualified immunity to. An officer of the law who lied to the law about what took place. He said that man hit him. That man struck him. That man fell to the ground. And if these are the type, you know, and in this situation, it's just so, I can't get away from it. It's so reminiscent of the Sonia Massey situation. Because remember, after that Pell officer popped Sonia Massey in her face several times for transferring a pot of boiling water from her stove to her kitchen sink, as she was instructed to by said police officers, that after he unalived her, he went outside and talked to all the other responding officers, said, and called Sonia Massey a crazy bitch, said that she was charging at him with a pot of boiling water, trying to sell a narrative, baby, before anything could sink in, before the truth could just jump out. And then come to find out, when we peeled back through that officer's record, he had been fired from multiple precincts for lying, falsifying police documentation, while the right is telling us that racism is an imaginary thing and that there's no such thing as police brutality. And then you got raccooning ass ninjas like Lil Wayne talking about how, you know, if an officer needs to pop you, then you probably deserve to be popped. The raccoons are in every community. The Trump apologists, baby, they out of control. So I want to hear from MAGA. So you think that citizens need more policing and that police officers need more protections when they're the ones out here waterboarding and raping citizens, just like they did those men out in Mississippi or Louisiana? Remember that situation where 5 officers ran up on 2 black men because they thought that one of the black men was having sex with a white woman, and then they essayed those 2 black men in their own house with the batons. They tased them, they waterboarded them, left those men with all type of goddamn physical injuries and trauma. I think one man lost sight in his eye. But y'all wanted a president who looked black journalists in the face after they asked him about police immunity in the face of the Sonia Massey incident. I'm going to say homicide, actually. And he said, yeah, I would still, I still give him a qualified immunity. So the overhauling of the public school system, Project 2025 wants to implement the draft as well. They want to make your children, our youth, you know, soldiers and intellectual property of the state. They want to give police qualified immunity. He wants to reinstate stop and frisk, which puts more minority people unnecessarily in the pathway of the police state for any reasons that the police feel, any reasonable suspicion. Pull their ass over, treat them like the criminals we want them to believe they are. Make your presence known. And then there's going to be no real accountability. And Trump has yet to address the reality of police brutality. I'm disappointed in Elon Musk and Joe Rogan and even the Black Journalists Associating, because all these examples, and nobody asked Trump in the face of his police immunity bullshit about how he was going to protect citizens from police. What provisions are going to be to deal with the internalized secret racism and cult racism that's in the policing. What's going to be implemented as a check and balance between citizens and police state? Nope. All Trump wants to do is protect those who are doing the unprotecting. He just wants to double down on the bullying of communities, the doubling down of communities of people who are already being subjected to unwarranted violence and terror and menacing. That's who they wanted in office. Who's not going to be surprised by the headlines for 2025, 2026, 2027, 2028 is me. Because I knew this energy was right there at the threshold, ready to be personified again. Oh, this is going to be way worse than just policies. Police going to be acting a plumb motherfucking fool for the next 4 years. Privileged ass pale people going to be acting a fool for the next 4 years. Communities that be raccooning, all the raccoons of each minority community going to be out of control for the next 4 years, on top of the fact that we're going to have to deal with the double entendre of all of these anti-minority as legislations and policies put into place to suppress all of our asses and to make us broke again. Trump will not finish the term. J.D. Vance will be the president. Trump has served his purpose, his first term. They could have. J.D. Trump is actually worse than Trump. So that is no solace to me. That is no solace. J.D. Vance is an idiot. He's a dummy. He's a flip-flopper. He started off being anti-Trump, calling Trump that of Hitler. And now he's the motherfucking VP. And what that tells me is that J.D. Vance doesn't stand on principle. He's an idle-minded, wet-brained puppet, just like Trump, who is wet-brained and spineless. Neither one of them have enough intellectual fortitude to have any substance behind their existence. That's why Trump is having to read from goddamn teleprompters, because for him, he just wanted the qualified immunity that came with being the president, so his ass didn't have to deal with being convicted for all those goddamn crimes and felonies he done committed. He didn't give a fuck about the country. He's going to totally leave that to Project 2025, baby. Y'all just tell me what to say. Lights, camera, and action. Point me to the right camera, bitch. And I'm going to do whatever it is y'all say, girl. Trump is shallow. So is J.D. Vance, who doesn't know anything about running a fucking country. He also hates women. He believes women should be reduced to their reproductive function. Stay their ass in the fucking kitchen. Produce babies. Doesn't believe that single women who do not have children in this country have any purpose, but yet said nothing about single men in this country who do not have children. You can see the sexism and the gender bias just by listening to these fucking folk. So when people are saying, oh, Trump is going to get popped before he's sworn in, or he's going to, succumb to full-on Alzheimer's and lose his mind, and they're going to escort him out, on an electric scooter and roll in J.D. Vance. I'm just like, J.D. Vance. If you ask me, J.D. Vance is just a younger, slightly more attractive version of Trump. So what good is that going to do us? As far as I'm concerned, they might as well keep Trump if it's going to default to J.D. Vance, because there's no distinction between Vance and Trump. Matter of fact, J.D. Vance has said equally as much sexist, homophobic, extreme right-wing shit as Trump has throughout this campaigning. So just as people made Kamala a carbon copy of Biden's administration, so that is going to be the case for J.D. Vance. There's no difference. He's just going to enact and do what his party would have him do. He's just going to be a carbon copy. I'll look him up. Peter Thiel funded J.D. Vance. Peter is South African. He and Elon are planning to turn the U.S. into an apartheid state. Well, there you go. This is white lash from Obama being elected. Yep, and it's just white people being white. Because remember, I told y'all we were going to suffer anyway. If we got Trump, white people and raccoons who assimilate to whiteness were going to be on our heads. If Kamala would have got it, then they would have been on our heads in the context of revenge, and they would have been scaling the walls of our damn homes, okay? So it was going to be hell either way. Pale people were going to make us pay either way, girl. And their Ku Klux Klansmen haven't even been sworn in yet, girl. And they're already telling folk to go back to where the fuck they came from. Police already slamming elderly people to their damn neck. Okay, and once again, what do you see in all these instances? Minority folk. An Asian 71-year-old man. Latinos. Black and brown folk, trans folk, LGBT folk, disabled folk, all of Trump's policies, all the things he wants to do are going to grossly impact the least of the population in this country. The very fucking least. This is an attack on minority folk. So I don't know, once again, why minority folk think they can afford division. I don't know why we think we can afford discrimination. I don't know why we think we can afford homophobia, transphobia, xenophobia, sexism. I don't know why we think we can afford it. But we do. So here we are. Courtesy of Neighborhood Talk, former Kamala Harris communications director suggests that Joe Biden should step down and let her become the 47th president ahead of Trump. Democrats have to learn drama. Check out this interesting piece of feedback. Courtesy of CNN.
71 days from Trump taking the oath of office. What is the most important thing that everybody is looking for? That is my question. I'll start with you.
Joe Biden's been a phenomenal president. He's lived up to so many of the promises he's made. There's one promise left that he could fulfill, being a transitional figure. He could resign the presidency in the next 30 days, make Kamala Harris the president of the United States. Whoa. He would absolve her from being able to from having to oversee the January 6th transition, right, of her own defeat. And it would make sure that it would dominate the news at a point where Democrats have to learn drama and transparency and doing things that the public want to see is the time. This is the moment for us to change the entire perspective of how Democrats
operate. This has now jumped from an internet meme to a Sunday morning show.
Jamal's out here right now in the season of House of Cards.
I thought you were going to say, what about the Supreme Court? That's also out there.
Well, the Supreme Court might happen. I don't know if it will, but I think this is something that's in Joe Biden's control. And if he did it, it would fulfill.
Now, 71 days from
his last promise, it would give Kamala Harris the chance to be the 47th president of the United States of America. It would disrupt all of Donald Trump's paraphernalia, right? You have to rebrand everything. But and it would make it easier for the next woman who runs for president to not have to worry about all the historical, weight of being the first. His last promise, it would give Kamala Harris.
All right. Jamal Simmons continues on Twitter. Joe Biden has been amazing, but he should fulfill one last promise to be transitional, that is. Biden should resign and make Kamala Harris the first woman president. It'll turn tables on Trump, keep Kamala from presiding over January 6th, make it easier for next woman to run. Dems have better policies, but we must realize the old rules no longer apply. We are not playing table tennis. We are in a mixed martial arts fight, and Americans respond to drama and excitement. We should use that to make our arguments for a better path forward. All right. this would be a total gag. And I actually feel like this would have been better pulled off
Now 71
before she ran. Like, the fact that she lost is just going to make it's not going to be as much of a gag. The argument is going to be what it already is. Oh, y'all don't let her earn anything. She's a DEI hire, blah, 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 blah. But if this should have been the alternative to defaulting to Kamala and having her run, this should have been the alternative instead. Joe resigned. Kamala stepped the fuck in, baby. Okay? As the president, etc. It'll just create more debauchery and make politics more of a clown show. And ultimately, it's not going to accomplish anything aside from making history, which, I mean, I guess. But I would have loved them to have pulled this heist off rather than the one they pulled. If this would have been the alternative to a Kamala actually running, which is Joe resigning, baby, and Kamala as stepping in as president, that would have been fucking epic. It would have been epic. And because it wasn't done, I think that's how we know that Kamala was a last-ditch effort. This was a rush job. There were better alternatives to the hand that Democrats ultimately played. Wasn't well thought out. Nobody got an opportunity to actually be appointed by the Dems party. So, yeah, no. There's that. And you guys know I've criticized the Dems for being last minute about this. They should have been planning for a bunch of alternatives and variations. The moment that they realized that Joe ass was falling asleep behind the podium. They should have been doing that. I don't know why they waited until, Cinderella had done lost her glass slipper and the clock was, one stroke away from midnight before they wrote Kamala ass down the hallway, out into the countryside of America, girl, as president. Then, to make matters worse, whoever was like the creative director and visionary for the campaign need to be ooted, metaphorically speaking, because there was an oversaturation of celebrity bullshit. This was not a right time to be relying and dependent upon celebrity endorsement, considering that Hollywood is falling the fuck apart. We have the Young Thug trial. We got the Diddy shit. Like this glamour of celebrity is no longer there. It's not there. Olympus is falling apart. So whoever thought that having Usher, who is Diddy's protege, Beyonce, whose husband Jay-Z was connected to all the Super Bowl shit with Lil Wayne and Kendrick Lamar, Megan Thee Stallion, who has a weird, lopsided, relationship to the public because of just everything surrounding her incident with Tory. I mean, really questionable, bad decisions. And I'm somebody who was Team Kamala. But that as a strategy was horrendous. Celebrity endorsement. So, would have been epic. Would have been nice. And hell, I would still gag if they do it at the last minute. Because, hey, Trump plays these kind of games. This is something that Trump would have did. This is something that the right would have did. So, I would gag because of just what the optics now become. But this would have been literally iconic. It would have been legendary. had they done this before she ran. Doing it after the fact, it wouldn't serve Kamala anything. And just please let her go out with her $20 million, girl, in as much dignity as possible. Speaking of $20 million, Kamala owes apparently $20 million from her campaign run after initially receiving $1 billion in campaign money, girl. We all can assume that that debt more than likely came from all these celebrity endorsements. We have celebrities claiming that they weren't paid, such as Oprah Winfrey, or as I like to call her, Oprah Winfrey, who claims that she did not receive $1 million. I believe it's because the bitch received 2 or 3, okay? Probably more than that, because they had to fly into the whole studio. She had to use her lights. She had to use her water fountains. She had to open up the doors to Harper's studio, girl, to own network, baby. So, baby, I know that bitch ain't did a damn thing for free, baby, okay? Oprah don't even fuck with the black community like that, baby, to be doing nothing for free, baby. Anything she do for us, girl, baby, it's gonna have to cost you, okay? So, unfortunately, I do not believe Oprah ass sat in her Super Soul Sunday energy and just decided to use her platform for the greater good, girl, of all of mankind. I don't believe it, bitch. I do believe her when she says she wasn't paid $1 million. Okay, bitch. That girl playing the semantics game, baby. No, bitch. It wasn't $1 million. I didn't get paid $1 million. So technically, baby, you can't clock Oprah on that technicality, baby. Okay. So we know it was more than $1 million then, in fact. Okay. And Trump has allegedly, girl, told Kamala, girl, that he would be very generous and pardoning her $20 million, girl, her $20 million debt, baby. So y'all donate to Kamala's Cash App, girl. Donate to her PayPal, bitch. Okay, y'all wanted a woman as president. Y'all wanted blue in the office, baby. So, you know, we got to support Kamala, baby, on her way out the door, bitch. Okay, but this is one expensive ass exit hoe. Okay, now, if she need our help to pay her damn bills, I'm gonna need that hair to look more EBT than what it does, baby. Because you can't be coming out here, baby, looking all slick and hot combed down, bitch, talking about you need 20 million of our damn dollars, baby. Okay, you're gonna have to look like what you done been through, bitch, with your privileged ass, all right? But let's support Auntie Mala, girl, okay? Because she did work 90 goddamn days without no sleep and looked damn good. She was doing the bakehead bounce and down there to SNL and out there at them dance hall parties with Beyonce, girl, just, you know, doing what needed to be done, child. So if I file her Cash App and PayPal, I'll put it in the community wall, baby. Y'all can donate accordingly. Last but not least, baby, some footage of this failed assassination attempt on Trump has come out exclusively, courtesy of Fox News, which shows another angle of the failed assassination attempt that took place a few months ago on Trump. Okay, so check out this footage, girl, of that Republican scaling the walls, girl. Okay, this was another MAGA on MAGA crime because Mr. Man here was a registered Republican, girl. Okay, you know the irony is the UDA is a registered Republican. And Trump actually financially endorsed Kamala when she ran one time before in the past. Gave her like $1,000 donation or something like that, girl. A mess. But check this out. Let me blow this up for y'all.
The world will see a vibrant Republican Party. Great gentlemen. So we're going to bring him up for can we bring him up for a couple of minutes?
Wow.
The world will will see a vibrant Republican Party.
Wow, that's crazy.
Great gentlemen, so we're going to bring him up for. Can we bring him up for a couple of minutes? The world will see a vibrant Republican Party. Great gentlemen, so we're going to bring him up for. Can we bring him up for a couple of minutes?
So this really gives you a clearer perspective on the way Trump was positioned and the way the Uter was positioned, girl. Miss Man was on broad daylight, scaling the rooftops just like them insurrectionists was on January the 6th, girl. The MAGAs, baby, they love climbing shit, bitch. You know, I know they come out of caves and they come out of the Caucasus Mountains and shit, girl. So they used to climbing peaks and shit and, you know, rolling down slopes of ice and shit, child. So, you know, it's just in their ancestral DNA, girl. It's in their cellular memory, baby. Them folks love, girl. I'm like, girl, are they roaches, bitch? The way they just began ciphering up the size of building, bitch, them hoes got the superpowers of insects and bugs and shit, child. But that man had a clear path to Donald Trump's wig, girl, and still missed. But y'all got to realize, he also missed in high school. He tried to get into some type of a GUN club in school, and he didn't even pass that test either, baby. Okay. So I guess he thought 2 times was the charm. Okay, 2nd time was the charm, baby. So that's all I got for y'all, girl. This is America. Welcome to the MAGA reality, girl, where all the raccoons done fucked around and found out. That's going to be the only thing that's going to be remotely hilarious about the next 4 years, girl, is that all the raccoons of the Latino community, of the Asian community, girl, of the LGBT community, of the Black community, girl, of the woman's community, girl, all of them is gonna fuck around and find out in this season, child. But the sad reality is, y'all, we in this together. And there's nothing that's gonna be happening to these people that ain't gonna happen to us, child. We gotta stay prayed up. We're gonna need major allyship. And you know what else I was thinking when I was listening to this bullshit about, do I still have it up here? About you know, this whole censoring of race and the destruction of the Department of Education and all this shit. I was thinking to myself, girl, whatever we trying to accomplish in this country, we not gonna get there this way. Like, it really dawned on me before I like turned on this live to get on here that, girl, we are literally just playing the stop and frisk game with the growth of America. Like, we take 20 steps back just to take, we take 20 steps forward just to take 20 back. And it's the same shit. Every generation, we are fighting the same bosses, the same demons, the same monsters that our ancestors were. It's the same demons. It's the same game. What we're trying to accomplish ain't gonna be accomplished this way. What we want can be accomplished. It can be achieved. It can be manifested. The goal can be reached. But this methodology is for the birds at this point. Something is going to have to give, girl. How many more times are we going to get out here and vote till we die? And then the sad part about it is we died to vote. And now we're dying as a result of voting. I don't know how many more generations of this shit we need to continue to entertain and endure to get to where it is we're trying to go. I don't know how much more of this conversation and trying to be diplomatic with political tyranny that we can be before there's ultimately nothing left of us. And the sad part about it is that even though the Latinos already getting their ass whipped, the Asians already getting their asses whipped, that I still don't feel like there's going to be a mass conversion, because the pale assimilation is so deep, baby. It's so cultural. It's so embedded. It's so downloaded into the deepest crevices. Are these people's being, girl? That I got a feeling shit gonna continue to look exactly how it looks forevermore. Some other methodology is gonna have to be entertained. That's what I know. And the active insanity is continuing to do the same shit over and 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 over, expecting a different result. We're in a toxic, abusive relationship to somebody who has no intent to love us and never did to begin with. It's time to break up. It's time to officially break up. It's time to officially file the divorce papers. It's time to stop asking and to start taking. It's time to stop being reasonable. It's time to stop being hopeful in this regard. It's time. MAGA took the most non-political, aggressive way to get what they wanted, and they got it. Them hoes stormed that Capitol. They were defended by the man that the rest of our country made the president. They terrorized the streets. And they got what they wanted. They got their system back. But not without blood and not without aggression. When are we going to mean it? When are we going to be that sick and tired? Just when. And I ain't talking about getting that sick and tired when they finally do what we know they're going to do and they hurt one of us and then we go to burn it down our own shit. When we finally going to have a properly guided expression of frustration and have a proper outlet and an intentional bullseye for that frustration. Because the system that is still governing us, girl, they employ every methodology. And then the gag about it is you got Trump wanting to give white people reparations. The FDA, Foundational Black Americans, ADOS ass, all these motherfucking groups got out here. And y'all spent months and months and months talking all this shit about Kamala. And she ain't like us. And she ain't gonna do shit for us. Even after this woman went on record and said she was for reparations. After she said it. This was her project 2025, taxpayer-funded reparations. Only for y'all to have aided and abetted and helping the right to get head of the KKK in motherfucking office, and for him to pull a fucking reverse Uno and want to pay reparations to all of the white people who've been discriminated against as a result of critical race theory, a true and accurate education and teaching of American history, as a result of affirmative action, etc., girl, a fucking mess. A fucking mess. He wants to eliminate HBCUs. That's racist. You can't have an institution predominantly for a oppressed people who were not allowed to sit at the table of the dominant societies. God forbid those people carved out a table of their own, carved out a corner and minded their black ass business in their black ass spaces. Oh no, you're offending pale folk. You're being racist. And now there's going to be reparations. So I hope that ADOS and FDA and all of you motherfucking niggas who spend all y'all time obsessing about what Kamala allegedly was and wasn't going to do, you know what the gag is between the lesser of two evils? I would prefer a bitch who ain't going to do nothing than a motherfucker who going to inflict intentional harm upon me. I'd rather live alongside the person who going to ignore me as we pass each other on the street than the motherfucker who going to pull out a bat, a vape pen, a butter knife, a slingshot, or a damn Beretta with the intent to harm me. I'd rather be ignored than to be intentionally targeted. I was prepared to be ignored. I was okay to choose between the lesser of those evils. But no, y'all sat up on your soapboxes and talked about her not being like us, but never talked about what Trump has intended for us and what he factually was never going to do for us. Because nothing about our blackness he wants recognized in his system. Nothing about our experience, the way we've been treated, or what the fuck is owed to us is a part of his conversation. You saw how quick he was to create a reparation system for white folk, girl, in the blink of an eye, bitch. Oh yeah, we're going to do this, and this, and this, and this, and this, and this, and we're going to take this money and get this all the way back to the white victims. So white racism is a reality in Trump's system, but black racism isn't. We are making up racism if you let them tell it. We are proverbial victims in a system that we're just not taking advantage of because we're just lazy and refuse to pull ourselves up by our motherfucking bootstraps. If you let them tell it. But let the fragile ass feelings of white folk crumble as a result of being subjected to the truth. All of a sudden now, white folk need actual reparations and restitution in a system that they have the power to actually enforce and control. Butthurt ass white folk being told the truth, trying to enter into black spaces and being kept out of minority ass spaces for all the right reasons now are deserving. And this is the same man that y'all told me a few live streams ago was here for HBCUs. Oh, he gave so much money. One delusional MAGA asshole came up here tap dancing, talking about he even gave more funding to HBCUs than Obama. And then come to find out that was not factually true either. Trump gave the least amount of funding between Obama and Biden's administration to HBCUs. And now he's wanting to penalize the whole entire concept and foundations of HBCUs, which, just like affirmative action, just like DEI, is a response to racism, is a response to systemic racism. But Trump loved black people. I ain't seen one policy Trump has said out of his mouth yet that liberates, protects, dignifies, and leverages black and brown people. And yet, some of y'all black asses had so much shit to say about Kamala not being like us. Girl, she had a scoop of melanin. And she didn't have 34 felonies, one conviction, and several bankruptcies following behind her either. And y'all were so worried about who the hell she wasn't over who in the fuck Trump is. And now, this where we at. So, round of applause. Round of applause, baby. And I'm saying foundational black Americans are mighty quiet now. They ain't got shit to say about what the fuck Trump is doing. And you know why? Because they have put themselves in a position to not even be able to openly fucking complain because they participated indirectly in getting his ass into office. This vote was rigged. This vote was fueled by self-hate. It was fueled by sexism. By whitewashing. The entire thing is just absolutely corrupted and poisoned to its fucking core. You got Elon Musk, lapdog, first lady in ass, who's going to be given a position to oversee federal agencies while y'all spent y'all time trying to disqualify an overqualified ass politician, Kamala. Y'all made this whole thing about qualifications and DEI. Well, exactly what the fuck would Elon Musk be, considering that he's not even a Native American? DEI hire, right? Right? What qualifications does Elon Musk have to have a position in politics? To work adjacent to any presidential cabin? Huh? Girl. See, let me, cause see, I feel that cussing. I feel that nasty cussing spirit coming over me, baby. Y'all made a damn fool of yourselves. And I'm gonna spend the next 4 years reminding yeah. I have no fucking respect for the ignorance that led to this. None. I'm embarrassed for us. Germany is laughing. Europe is laughing. We voted a man into office who's banned from 40 fucking countries. And then y'all had the nerve to give Obama y'all ass a kiss when he got on black men's asses about their internalized misogyny and sexism. Because Kamala Harris, whether she's a nigga, a person of color, or just a slick-haired ass Indian, is an example of what it's like to be a bad bitch in a man's world, which is just a bitch. You can graduate with honors, baby. You can work your motherfucking ass off. You can prosecute. You can lead. You can make it do what it do. And yet, you can stand next to a convicted felon, baby, and be treated like a piece of shit. All of this is America. This election, the fact that a woman of color lost to a fucking criminal, the fact that the criminal is going to appoint a non-politician, Elon Musk, to be the head of Dodge. This election is literally the receipts that we have to work 10 times harder and sometimes to get nowhere. Sometimes we're actually working 10 times harder to get nowhere at all. We're working 10 times harder to still take the L. There's something really sad and gutter butt and just tragic about this election, girl. It's like everything that's wrong with America just exploded. Everything that is America just became self-actualized and personified. Do y'all want to talk? Do y'all want me to drop the link? This election cycle, girl, is the ultimate receipts. The ultimate receipts of everything that any fucking community has said and been saying, been writing fucking papers about, that has been historically documented. Oh, and to make matters worse, Project 2025 explicitly calls for the demolition of the Civil Rights Division Department. And it's converting it into the department that avenges white people. Did y'all read that part in Project 2025? That it calls for the demolition of the Civil Rights Division, which Trump already has said out his mouth. And it's converting that department into a department that avenges white folk. And y'all was out here concerned about reparations and voted white reparations. Girl, when I tell you I am embarrassed. I am embarrassed, y'all. I am embarrassed. I just dropped the link. I am embarrassed. I am embarrassed. This is like beyond. And to be living in the alleged most educated version of America this far, it's as if we don't have an education system at all. America to me feels like a bunch of cavemen and cavewomen running around. With twigs and shit over their damn genitals, plucking apples and fruit flies out of the damn trees and jungles. I don't know what this is anymore. I don't know what we're a part of anymore. America can't. America is catfishing. America is cat fucking fishing. You can't even believe your eyes. You can't believe your ears, girl. Welcome to the platform, Roma. Say boo.
Hey, Conscious. Hey, crew.
Hey.
Happy hump day. Remember to lay them offerings at the cane for
Please
always
do.
doing the work and providing us a space. Let's not forget, I don't know if we're going to be live for your birthday, but the King's birthday is coming up.
Yes,
And
Friday.
Friday. So, don't forget to bless the King. Okay.
Period.
I'm going to try my best
Yes.
to stay in my positive, divine, feminine energy.
Yes.
I am pissed off. I had a real good conversation on the back end with Reckless. And I'm pissed. Like, I don't know, these flood of different, it's like waves of different emotions.
Yeah.
I'm pissed off at Adolf
Yeah.
real bad, and other black organizations that just went, to me it was unjustifiable how they went at Kamala during this election. Like, okay, they may have some education, but I feel like they lack emotional intelligence. And that their xenophobia really showed up. It was so magnified, and I believe that it was weaponized against them. Is what kind of makes me feel like right now they're idiots. And I want to just let it fly. I just want to be so flippant right now. I really do. But I know that is
don't hold back.
no.
Don't hold
Listen to
back.
me.
Give
No,
it
I'm
up.
not holding back because of anybody. I don't give a damn about how nobody's going to feel about my opinion.
Give it up,
But
honey.
I do feel like what has been weaponized against us is our transparency about the things that are fucking up and continuing to fuck up the progression of our people. I feel like we really need a space where we can really a space where we can really unfucking leech and unload, but we don't have that, unfortunately. We got fucking ops on every fucking hand. I feel like, okay, Adolf is always talking about the black bouye. Well, the way they acted during this election, they making me wonder, are you motherfuckers secret agents of the fucking black bouye? You're mute, Conscious.
I'm considering the same thing. I'm like, somebody got to cut a check because there ain't no way in hell. It ain't no way in hell.
Like, you're so worried about you're so worried about how the fuck this woman identifies. What the fuck do we care about how she identifies when the reality she is a woman of color? Don't matter if she black. Don't matter if she claimed fucking to be her Indian fucking heritage. Doesn't matter if she was motherfucking claiming to be fucking Jamaican. Whatever. She still was a woman, a woman of color, which because of the broad umbrella term still would have worked in our benefit. It still would have worked in our benefit. We knew we wasn't going to get everything. Like, there's never been a time in the history of this country where, as a collective, when it comes to the black race, this country has fucking stood up and given, like, and met the needs of us, where it's been something solely based on us. Because even with affirmative action, even with the ELF, every fucking program that has our names attached to it, it is always people of color. a broad umbrella. It's never specifically for the Black or African American community.
Yep.
So to sit back and want to like crucify this woman, she hasn't done anything for us. She ain't gonna do anything for us. It's no fucking different than any other motherfucking politician in fucking office. So why crucify her? So what that let me know was, guess what? This was all about xenophobia. You motherfuckers really just have a problem with fucking immigrants. And y'all have allowed the fucking system to fucking mind fuck you. As intelligent as many degrees as you motherfuckers have. Y'all have been mind fucked. You're no different than a motherfucker without a fucking degree. But you want to pedestalize yourselves as if you are. Your talking points is always, and I know for me, I'm very simple. I have an extensive vocabulary. I don't try to talk above people's head. They do that shit a lot.
Yeah.
Use verbiage and vocabulary where they know that people can easily be gaslit because they don't know what the fuck they talking about. Put information out there that they know people don't know what the fuck they talking about. The irony of it is how Trump and every other motherfucking it ain't got a damn thing to do with whether they Republican or Democrat. Every other pale person fucking pulls the switcheroo on their ass and doing the same fucking thing. So they're no different than motherfucking the black bouye. You motherfuckers want to see that at the fucking table too. You're pissed off, but what you did was completely on some conspiracy theory type shit, and I feel like y'all ops too. I don't trust you motherfuckers. Cause you didn't put what was in the best interest of the collective. You got out here and drugged this woman for no fucking reason. Every fucking thing. They helped push that fucking bullshit about her being locking all black men up. They helped push that motherfucking shit about Trump.
They did. And they
made a bigger issue about her being a motherfucking, whether she was black or not. They pushed that fucking agenda.
And did. Sure did.
Now they quiet as fuck. This motherfucker, I say, oh, look, he didn't fucking play in their face. He's spitting in their face. Look how the fuck he talking about giving their asses fucking reparations. Where the fuck y'all at? Where's the outcry?
He shitted on, this ain't even spit. This is shit. He opened up his asshole and he diarrhea on their asses. Diarrhea.
Why the fuck I ain't saying fucking no? I'm saying no fucking outcry. Now I have seen the black bouye. I have seen that they asses fucking speaking out. I don't see no motherfucking body from Adolf. And I don't want nobody to come up here out of IG. I don't want you and no motherfucking body else to come talking about it's on their fucking website. Because you motherfuckers was talking outside the fucking web page, outside of that fucking social media page. Where the fuck is the outcry? It's crickets. It's crickets. You can't speak out of both sides of your fucking face. When we all said, okay, we gonna deal with this whole lesser of two evil shit, this bullshit, this week, cause I basically was motherfucking trying to fucking stroke the ego of those like-minded people, right? Just to appease them for the bigger agenda. You still drug this woman. How you gonna say I'm gonna vote for her? It's the lesser of the two evil, I'm gonna vote for her. Then turn around talking about she ain't gonna do shit. Y'all gonna see. Y'all think she this. Y'all think it's gonna come back. You ain't speak. So you spoke nothing but disparaging information into the fucking atmosphere and help this bastard get into office. That's why the fucking conscious, this was God's will.
It was.
I know that it's his will. I don't necessarily like that it's his will, but I understand why it's his will. Because these motherfuckers really keep playing, like God keep giving chance after chance. Like it starts with you, and then you come together. He keeps giving chance after chance, but these motherfuckers don't fucking think of a collect. They pretend they thinking their agenda is for the collective, but it's really self-interest. It's really fucking self-interest. Because if it was about the collective interest, they wouldn't have been doing this woman like they was doing her conscience. It's no fucking way.
No way. And this woman, rumors, she literally signed the thing that Al Sharpton, remember that thing that I played? She signed like the reparations thing and promised to sign off on a study, which is the only way you can pass anything federally, is it has to be studied. You know, like, and our whole question for months, right on here, we've been saying the same thing. Why y'all don't have the same smoke for Trump. This woman actually is pro reparations. Now that she's closer to the power chair, she can actually talk like this versus prior, where they kept reminding us, oh, she's not going to do anything for black folk. No, she said she's not going to do anything specifically for black folk. And then because y'all couldn't read the room, because y'all know that black professionals can't speak that pro-black shit at certain levels in their career without it sabotaging them. And then y'all forfeited telling the people everything she said after that, which was all the shit that was going to benefit black people. She was literally trusting us to read the room. And y'all couldn't even do that because y'all got so caught up in identity politics. And here's the gag. People can make whatever hypothetical argument against Kamala they want to make. I think what we all can safely say, though, whether you thought she was a strong candidate or not, is that we knew she wouldn't have been doing the shit that Donald Trump ass is doing. We knew she wouldn't have been passing out white reparations. We knew she wouldn't have been doubling down on stop and frisk. We knew she wouldn't have been overturning the Department of Education. We knew she wouldn't have been anti-trans, anti-queer. We knew all of that shit.
You know
what y'all wanted.
I say, I'm telling you, I have studied the criminal mind so passionately. Because listen, we know this, our government is nothing but a bunch of criminals, right? I've studied so passionately and diligently. And I say this is one of our biggest flaws. We don't understand having the importance of having informants. Like because of the Uncle Time syndrome, the house Negro syndrome, that we see how how that played out. We don't trust each other to an extent. There is not a one way to do this. You have to have multiple strategies. The reality is, yes, you need radical leadership within our community. Not no one person. It takes all of us together collectively. You need those that are going to speak out and be radical in their speaking terms and in their vigilance, and then you need those that are going to motherfucking come and soothe and motherfucking play that not devil's advocate, but motherfucking stroke the minds of those that are in pretend pretend to be cowarding down. It's a strategy. Kamala to me really is a strategist. Okay.
Yes, she is.
And because she didn't show up, now I did want her to become a little bit more assertive, but I understood. I swallowed my pride because I understood how she was moving, which was important in this climate. It's important, period, in this fucking country, period. And they wanted her, which was not going to serve her any fucking results. This was going to be what it was going to be, but that wasn't going to be. She wouldn't even had the fucking numbers that she even had she showed up as a fucking woman king. She wouldn't have.
Yeah.
So for me, it's the audacity when these motherfuckers right now are proving they not even fucking showing up as the motherfucking man king. Like y'all ain't showing up as fucking warriors. You motherfuckers is somewhere motherfucking having secret fucking meetings. Ain't truly empowering because y'all so focused on y'all xenophobia. Y'all so focused on fucking reparations but have no clear fucking plan on how the fuck we are to obtain it. We couldn't get love your IG. We couldn't get IG, the representative on this platform for ADOS community. We couldn't get him to fucking articulate and tell us one fucking time that made sense. How are we to go about getting reparations? How do you go about getting reparations? How do you separate who's who? He's talking about the Jim Crow. Jim Crow. You cannot even say that because we know there are people that came here even during slavery, during cattle slavery, that were not motherfucking slaves. So you can't even, it's about fucking lineage. But how do you determine a lineage? So they clearly don't have a decisive plan, but y'all gonna get mad at this woman who was making some leeway of potentially helping us overall. Why would I be mad if this woman, she should not, fucking solely because she's not just a black woman. She is a woman of color. She is mixed race. Why should she not being mixed race have a mindset to help all people of color. Why does it have to be singled out? We don't never put that energy to the fucking pale people. And now he making shit pies like motherfucking the woman did in The Help. He's serving y'all shit pies while spitting in your face simultaneously because he's daring you motherfuckers. Because he putting his motherfucking loyalists in office, all fucking branches. He's daring you motherfuckers to make a fucking outcry. Where the pushback? Where's the fucking call to assemble like fucking Voltron and Transformers?
That part.
I don't see no fucking bat. I don't see the bat signal. I don't.
It ain't in the night sky at all. Nope.
But I'm supposed to trust you as one of my folk. I'm supposed to trust you and put confidence in you when you show me, as even though I'm a black woman, I'm a woman of color as well. I'm supposed to trust you. Many of us, which was also weird in itself, because this whole ADOS, many of us are fucking mixed. We know Master came in there and slung that dick on Granny and great Granny and great great Granny and mixed us all up. So there's a part of me that be like, you're not making sense. Because how many of us here are solely fucking black African descent? Wholeheartedly. How many of us? But I supposed to trust you. You're no different than the fucking nigga that walked out my home. You're no different because that's what the fuck you have just proven to me. Y'all motherfuckers have abandoned shit.
And I think
and that's
and you know what? I'm thinking that this actually was more about revenge on FDA's part. I think that there was some part of them that has felt abandoned by the black community, and they almost wanted to see Trump get into office and unleash his chaos so that they could sit back and say, aha, aha, aha. But in doing so, you released your greater evil on the world, and nothing about Kamala positioned her to not be adjustable. This woman said her whole campaign that she wanted to work with both sides, all sides. She was pro reparations. She wanted to hear from everybody. She wanted us to do this as a country, as a community. And this woman was treated. She was treated like an international terrorist. Like an international terrorist.
Ridiculous. For when we all would have benefited. We know, like, she ain't gonna do nothing. The Democratic Party, listen.
She's already done so much. Her record, she's already done so much for LGBT rights. This woman has done a lot even for the black community. ADOS and FDA never addressed the fact, like, they had more smoke for her trying to correct truancy than for the community of people who were literally abandoning their kids. They had no smoke for the people who were neglecting their children's education. And they got mad at Kamala for doubling down on it because she recognized a school to prison pipeline dynamic. She recognized the data between those who were committing certain levels of crime and a lack of education, and then took a swing on truancy and actually made a fucking difference. And they had more smoke for her trying to correct an issue that was not going to benefit minority people if we continue to, on top of being a minority, didn't have an education on top of being a minority community. Then they had for the minority members of our community not giving a fuck about black kids. This woman literally, I played it. I played whole panels. Remember, during the first whole thing of this, there was a whole black LGBT panel done by people who worked in her office. Talked about how Kamala came into power, she blackenized her office, filled her cabinet up with black women and queer people. Literally was literally putting minority people in positions of power and authority to be able to bring about change in their community. We ain't seen not one motherfucking black person on Trump administration yet.
And we not.
Not
We not.
one.
Child, the Omaroses and all the rest of them, they saw the truth, and you know, they had to get shit served to their asses too. But I'm just so disappointed. I'm so pissed off, and I'm just so over all of these immediate, like these separate groups within our community that have their own agenda. And I'm like, you know, this is not something that's uncommon in any other race. There's always going to be different groups. But what I keep saying repeatedly, what I find that's different from us, they know how to consider the collective agenda, the needs of the collective, and they target at a later date the needs of the interests of their particular group later on. They know how to make the necessary sacrifice. I don't see that within us. Now I'm really happy with the number turnout when it came to the majority of us how we voted. However, there's still an issue there because moving forward, I legitimately just said what you said earlier. I said this yesterday in a conversation. I said I don't give a damn which party it is. I'm gonna vote with what in the best interest for my people in general. So it could be the Republican Party or the Democrat or the Independent Party. However, because as a large, usually statistic wise, the Democrats usually they pander towards us during election, right? I said I need them to show up just like they did when before Obama, they literally paraded Barack around like he was a fucking celebrity. This when this man was running for senator of fucking Illinois. He was put out there as if he was a whole movie star. He was on so many different national talk shows. I thought the man was a celebrity.
Yeah.
And so I realized he was running for office. That is something that the Democrats need to do more of. They need to step it up. They need to have several different people that just step it up, introduce themselves to the American public so that we have a choice. Allow there to be a response from the people who they think will be a good candidate. That is something that is necessary. But Conscious, if we have another, I know we more than likely will, and I look forward to the day that we do. I'm going to go the fuck off.
Yeah.
The next conversation we have about fucking reparations. Because I don't want to hear shit.
I can't even blame you.
If the agenda is for us to move ahead to obtain what is owed, or whatever the case may be, I want to fucking have the same conversation of what the fuck we going to do to obtain it. What the fuck are we going to do? Are we going to just keep sitting around waiting to fucking get what we owe? Or are we going to fucking put in the work to fucking still provide for ourselves as a collective? And what the fuck are we going to do to obtain? I don't want to hear the same ass talking rhetoric. I will not be gaslit, and I will no longer compromise fucking being the bigger person for a fucking goal that I feel like these motherfuckers really have no fucking intention. Most of these people that are supporters of Adolf, most of these people that are running, that are over figureheads for Adolf, they good. They money long. They ain't fucking worrying about motherfucking losing any benefits or any fucking thing. The only thing they worried about is motherfucking, like you said, us losing fucking things like our educational system, them trying to force us not to fucking educate ourselves and keep our history alive and shit like that. But overall, they ain't fucking down in the struggle with us when it comes to the lower class. Y'all really upset. For me, ADOS is really a fucking foundation that's fighting against classism, because this is a classism battle. This ain't got shit to do with the fact of you motherfuckers really being fucking racist. I mean, y'all enduring racism. Y'all really fucking upset about the classism aspect, because y'all feel like y'all need a fucking seat at the table. So what's the fucking difference between y'all and motherfucking the black boule?
And I'm not mad at wanting to be at the table. Why did we think that doubling down on anti-Kamala rhetoric was going to be helpful to the conversation, especially when the same ADOS community recognizes patriarchy, sexism, etc. So there was already going to be a struggle for Kamala to be taken seriously as a woman, and then a woman of color on top of that, and then to double down on the anti-rhetoric. And I kept saying it this for months. Y'all can't say all this about her and then say, but we're going to vote for her anyway, because all this does not encourage anybody voting for her.
Conscious.
You can't give a fuck about it without it resulting in benefiting Trump. And it did, largely. We saw how red that fucking map was. And then people talking about, oh, it's because we learned. Yeah, learned to return back to the same plantation that he had our asses on the first time. Y'all ain't learned the motherfucking thing. Because, like you were saying, like I've been saying, we actually had an opportunity to reason with someone who wanted to be reasonable, who wanted to hear, who wanted to bring about effective change. Y'all helped to bring us to a lesser part of the fucking food chain with somebody who has their mind made up on all those issues. Race is not a part of Trump's administration. He's not somebody you're going to get a meeting with about FDA or about reparations. He feels like this race shit is buffoonery. It's anti-American. It's non-patriotic. And he feels like it's factually untrue. It's outdated. It's antiquated. It's an enemy of the progressiveness and the forwardness of the country and the people. So who the fuck you gonna have these conversations with now? Because it's damn sure not gonna be Trump and his Project 2025 classmates. Baby, he coming in, closing that door, bitch. Don't even talk to me about race. Don't even talk to me about reparations. Don't even talk to me about this rhetoric. If y'all wanting white people to feel bad and wanting white people to remember what they done and what their forefathers done, baby, he coming in saying, fuck you. And your FDA shit, your ADOS shit, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. So now you got 4 years of fucking to endure.
Baby. And then let me address this, because the early morning hours of the election, I went to sleep. We had, everybody know, we had a 16, 17-hour panel. I went to sleep. I got a headache. I caught a headache because it was just overwhelming.
Yeah.
And I woke up and there were several people on the panel. By the time I woke up, Reckless IG were on the panel. I went back to sleep. I set my phone, put my timer on for 15 minutes. Yeah. And when I woke back up, I came and joined the panel. By the time I came and joined the panel, the narrative was that the black man had put Trump in office. I noticed, which was the list. I noticed when I went on social media, there was a lot of false narratives that it was the black man.
Yep.
And there were people that are supporters of the ADOS movement. And what's the other? Not the FDA. What's the other? It's another movement. Whatever. All of these social groups of people that were pushing like this false narrative. The irony of is when the statistics came out. So this is why I'm saying, like, I don't find these people to be integral conscious. Like, you're causing division amongst, we're already divided. But when we show that we're more united than we are divided when it comes to the collective. And I still have not heard on any platform where recognition was given, any apologies. Because I said, damn, do y'all want to continue to help spread and divide us? Is your interest not the goal not to fucking help us become more united? What is the point? Like, so I'm ready to call all these motherfuckers out individually and collectively because it's not fucking adding up. 1 + 1 is 2. You cannot fucking tell me 1 + 1 is fucking 3. It's not fucking adding up.
Mm-hmm.
There's a sinister, in my opinion, there's something very sinister behind the agenda. It don't feel genuinely for the betterment of us collectively.
It felt like
So that's
people
why
got paid.
I do have a
It felt like people got paid off. It do. It felt like
Yes, I
because
feel
remember
100%.
because remember rumors, he was actually being like his campaign was actually offering content creators to push him. So people were really getting checks, and considering how hard certain communities was going, baby, I'm like, ain't no way in hell, baby. This is just pure passion and genuine perspective and ideal, honey. Because I mean, the way that they drew, I mean, the way Kamala was drugged for fucking filth. I mean, for fucking gutter filth, girl. It was unrealistic. The woman ain't did nothing that remotely warranted. All of that more than the smoke that should have went toward an explicit known racist and capitalist and elitist.
So that's why for me it is a problem with them wanting a seat at the table. Motherfucker, create your own fucking table. And y'all can meet at a neutral motherfucking spot if you're gonna fucking have conversations to fucking negotiate terms and things of that nature, make your proposals and all of that. But I'm sorry, any motherfucking body that wants to fucking see that the motherfucking table of fucking white supremacists, racist bigots, and motherfucker ultimately motherfucking this toxic ass patriarchy motherfucking system. I'm side eyeing you motherfuckers. Make them come to you at your motherfucking. Don't even let them come to your table. Fucking find a fucking neutral fucking space. But wanting to join these motherfuckers shows me that you're willing to sell the fuck out because this is what the pattern has fucking been. For every motherfucker that wanted to go sit at their fucking table, they've sold they fucking soul and sold us fucking out as a collective. I'm gonna go on mute so somebody else on the panel could talk. Hey, y'all.
Hey. Hi, Conscious.
Hey, hold on for 1 second, y'all. Oh my god damn, I missed the phone call I should have taken. Okay. I want to get a reckless in here too because I know rumors had mentioned. And okay, great. Okay, I'm sorry, y'all. I'm like multitasking. Okay, so a reckless get in here to Auntie Jace and BAs.
I want to say hello, Conscious. Hello, panel. And I also want to say whatever you just said, rumors and tea, you already know, tag me in. Because I'm trying to understand. Because now that we here, this has been my talking point since the beginning. And my talking point is, bitch, I don't give a fuck. Kamala could have been on that motherfucking podium, cussed us the flying fuck out, said that we were everything up under the motherfuckers. She was gonna get this motherfucking vote, and she did. And the thing is, and the gag is that I'm not gonna lie. Yes, in politics, I'm not the most well-versed. So a lot of times too, I would listen, and a lot of times when I'm coming from work, I would listen to playbacks of the panels, etc. And the gag is that now I'm trying to understand this, because from my understanding is this: people didn't like and keep in mind, this is not only just IG that said this, other people as well. People didn't like Kamala Harris because the terminology they use is that her policies were center right. But now, from what I'm understanding, is that people believe that it's better to align with this government that's fully right. So center right is horrible, but fully right, you can reason with that. And for me, the reason why this was much bigger than fucking Donald Trump and a Kamala Harris is because I keep saying it over and over and over and over. This is also the same party. Both parties are fucked up, But keep in mind, you're gonna have Congress that's gonna be MAGA. Because keep in mind, Republican and being conservative and being MAGA are two different things. You want the Congress that's going to be Republican, then you want the Supreme Court that's going to be majority Republican, and then you want a president that's going to be Republican. But the gag is, because I always low-key forget to say this and really put the cherry on top, is that if you also look into Trump's presidency, one of the things that he also did is that even when he had Republicans in those seats, and also when Republicans or conservatives that would give him pushback for the shit that he would do, guess what he would try to do to put other people in those seats? He would try to put Trump loyalists in those seats. Because and that's why I keep saying there's a difference between Republican and MAGA. And now, with that being said, what are going to be the filters for them passing certain legislation, especially if he's in office, especially when his party has majority, and especially when he's putting Trump loyalists that's going to ride with the BS that he wants to do? Who's going to have the backbone, and what are going to be the measures to prevent certain legislation that's going to help discriminate and politically? And I'm with Rumors and Tea on this shit, because now I have to beg the question. Then because even on the panel, I asked the question. So what's going to be the conversation surrounding reparations now that he is in office? The answer that I received was, oh, we're going to go through our state legislation. So then if that's the case, then why the fuck, what was the purpose of that conversation beforehand, talking to Kamala Harris, if now you're going to be talking to your state legislature? Y'all should do that from the motherfucking beginning. Because to your point, this ain't a black woman. And to your point, this not her experience. Okay. Also, to our point, Donald Trump is a white man. And to our point, this is not his experience. And so with that being said, y'all already should have been talking to state legislation and stop trying to, I guess, put all this pushback. Because at the end of the day, like you said, if you are 100% down in Kamala Harris, okay, cool. But then you can't say that you're not telling people not to vote for Trump. Especially when I'm not gonna lie, I've seen it for myself on multiple occasions and also on multiple panels. The same energy was not given to Donald Trump. I don't care what nobody said.
It wasn't really no energy given toward him.
It wasn't. It was not given to that man. Oh, they play identity politics. Are y'all like crazy? Yes, they probably did play, or they did play identity politics when it came down to who? Kamala Harris. So
funny.
But let's not forget
FDA and ADOS is literally built upon identity politics. So all of a sudden now, the identity of it all is an issue when we are talking about, as ADOS, underclass, a certain segment of the black community that's literally trying to have their identities recognized for the sake of being able to come into economic and political empowerment.
But the thing is, that's why I kept saying throughout the whole election, like, are we gonna forget that the reason why Donald Trump is even in this space is because of his identity, because he's a white man? Because to be completely honest, during his pregnancy. Girl, during his run,
his pregnancy,
during his I'm just waking up. During his presidency, there we go, girl. I struggled to get it out a little bit. He failed he couldn't get shit done, and to be honest, he's doing the same shit that he did last time. Mexico is going to build the wall. Gag is, bitch, we're gonna have to be the ones to build the wall. China's gonna pay the tariffs. The gag is, bitch, we're gonna have to be the one to pay those tariffs. Like, are y'all like, girl? And this is the reason why the shit annoys me, because I'm like, are we the same people that always love to talk about the facts? Always the ones that love to talk about the logic? All the ones that we want to look at the statistics, and all the ones that we want to look at this, look at that. But then you're forgetting the fact that this motherfucker that wants to be a goddamn dictator has literally used identity politics to get to the top. That's why I keep saying This, if anybody else had the background like him, they would not get the same opportunities. And keep in mind too, these are the same groups of people that want to get rid of affirmative action and DEI. The reason why those two things specifically are even put to place is a response to a racist ass system that also has groups of people who hold the key and have access to getting other people in positions of power, and they want to gatekeep. That's the reason why those things are in place. And also keep in mind too, because I've also heard the rebuttal or the response to people that want to get rid of affirmative action and DEI, because they'll say things like, because typically they're talking about school. When it comes down to, there are certain people that don't need to be in those spaces because they're not qualified. All the other stuff. For one, you have to show me an unqualified doctor. Show me an unqualified anything if that's going to be the case. Two, I think it's very interesting is that the undertone of DEI is that we're always talking about race when it comes down to people. Because if you, like I said, in America, how they're able to get away with being a very subtle, a very covert way of being racist in their terminology and also in their language, they cloak it with classism. So you have to be able to catch it. Is that because people do realize that when people talk about DEI, it's not always diverse in race or diverse in gender or diverse in sex. It's diverse in population and also diverse in a social status. So white women also benefit from DEI. But then when you tell them that they
benefit the most from DEI in affirmative action.
And this is going to go to and also poor white people benefit from DEI, but this also goes to my next point. So are we also having the same energy for the Caucasian people that also aren't supposed to be in those spaces? Because let's also be very clear as well. Melanated people are not the only people that drop out of college. Melanated people are not the only ones that don't have degrees. Caucasian people do too. But the undertone in those conversations are those black people that don't make it, or those black people that don't have degrees or should not be there. But there is no pushback, and even no way to even that people to even address that there's also other groups, not minority groups, other groups as in the majority that also don't get their degrees. But there's no pushback. So I'm like, I don't give a damn if there's motherfuckers that's in those fields or also in those programs that just so happen to be a marginalized group of people and they don't make it. Who gives a flying fuck? And also that's another thing too with these programs and shit like that. So you mean to tell me that you have a quota to meet in terms of diversity and shit, and you can't find any qualified marginalized groups of people? That's BS to me. But I always felt like, and I tried to do much list as I can. Even though I was like, girl, what the fuck? But I am with rumors and tea. If anything, if anybody even mentions anything about fucking reparations, I don't want to hear that motherfucking bullshit, because for me, it was bullshit from when the fuck they said it. Because all of a sudden when it come, and then on top of that, I already knew it was some bullshit. I'm sorry, y'all, I'm going to rant. I already knew it was some bullshit because they said things like, oh my God, Kamala Harris, she locked up all these black men. Then when you looked into it, she only had 2,000, roughly I'm gonna say like 2,000 convictions, and only 45 people actually served prison time, and they all weren't even black. Then they said the truancy law. Then you look to the damn truancy law, only one person. Then they said things like, then because this is the one that really like put my head, and I was like spinning. I was like, what the fuck? I feel like I was in Twilight Zone when she proposed to right the wrongs of what she did, or what people perceived that she did like wrong or whatever, is when she tried to work with her economic plan and tried to legalize marijuana. Now some people were saying they did not care. So bitch, you cared beforehand when people tried to make this narrative that she locked up all these black men. That's when you cared. That's when it mattered to you. You also cared when the insurance laws. People cared about all these things, but until you actually dug deep into, okay, what happened? Why did people? What was the actual situation? How many people got convicted? How many people of color actually? You're lying. It's a bald-faced lie. But the question is,
and they had nothing to say about the lawsuits against Trump for literally refusing to rent to Black people.
And then keep in mind, the DOJ.
They wanted to remind you of every fake ass infraction they could about Kamala's record.
Baby, and then keep in mind, the DOJ is already racist. So how the fuck another racist ass institution that's how you know something is wrong. Another racist ass institution holding you accountable for racism. That's like when back in the day, the slave owners, and you had the government, which already was racist at the time, or other white people that already owned slaves and was racist. They had to hold other white people racist accountable for the racist crazy shit they would do. That lets you know the type of level insane shit that was going on. And this also goes to my point that now the people that was sitting there bootlicking for his motherfucking punk puss ass, y'all can't tell me a fuck thing, because at the end of the day, people that that talk about the industry and how people sell them souls for a motherfucking dollar. Keep in mind, I'm in the motherfucking military, and yes, under Trump, more than like I'm probably gonna make a lot of money. But at the end of the fucking day, it's certain shit I just can't fuck with. And another thing too, and I'm gonna probably be the one to say it, and I'm probably gonna get some backlash for it. I understand about the war in Gaza. I understand about the war and all those things. But the gag is the reason why, for me, at least with Kamala, because keep in mind, too, on one end, people make understand that she was the VP. On the other end, people expect her to do legislation. VPs don't make motherfucking legislation. Keep in mind, too, VPs can consult with the president, and also keep in mind, Congress is the one that do motherfucking legislation. They can consult. And keep in mind, too, what the president says, that's what happens. I'm sorry, Beyonce was Joe Biden. Joe Biden was Beyonce in the group. She was Kelly and Michelle. Probably Ferris Luggage. But the thing is that people want to talk about the war and shit. I completely understand it. But for me personally, people love to bring up the fact that when Kamala Harris, she never answered the question direct, because keep in mind, she's trying to play the game of, you're not really supposed to, especially as the vice president, you're not supposed to shit on your president as you're running. Now, once you get into office, you'll probably say some things, or you probably move a certain way, but you're not supposed to shit on one of the main people that are fucking endorsing you, because keep in mind, too, people always talked about her not winning the primary. Joe Biden was the one that helped put her ass in that seat. So why the fuck would I sit up there and shit on this motherfucking man? Keep in mind, because the party didn't want to put me in. For one, probably wasn't going to win it, or probably didn't want to put me in there. But this motherfucker said you did a big fuck you to the goddamn party and put me in that place. Why the fuck would I shit on that man publicly? Now, I'm pretty sure there's some things in there I do not agree with, and some shit that I probably wouldn't. Because the thing is this, she even has said publicly that, guess what, guys? When I run, is not going to be a continuation of Joe Biden. If you could read between the motherfucking lines, I don't know what the fuck to tell you. But the thing is that people love to read into the motherfucking lines when it comes to other shit that demonizes her. Then everybody wants to be science, Bill Nye the science guy, and try to translate and look into the science, look into the statistics and all the other shit. But any other time they can't do the shit. And I'd be like, girl, what the fuck are y'all talking about? But even with back to this war in Gaza. The thing is, for me, the way I was looking at, okay, cool. I'm not here for genocide. I'm not here for any of those other things either. But I'm like, so you're gonna end the war in Gaza, because keep in mind too, a lot of things are about perception. You're in the war in Gaza, but now you're gonna put the war on yourselves. Because now, okay, let's just say Donald Trump does end the war, which I highly doubt, but it could be the truth. He ends the war or ends the support and stuff like that. Now you're going to have a war, especially minority groups, amongst yourselves. Because when they get that full immunity, who the hell that stop and frisk, who the hell you think is going to be on the streets once again? And who do you believe are going to make excuses for the BS? If you can't help nobody, well, you can't help your damn self. So doing all that free to the war, and stuff like that, I understand it. But I do believe, for me personally, if what I believe was going to happen is that there would have been a reasonable transition from supporting the genocide to unsupporting the genocide when it came to Kamala. I felt like she would have been a better pick. That's just me personally. But it's some BS. People just need to fucking be honest about their fucking biases. And I'm not even just talking about the race shit, I'm not even talking about just the women shit. Be fucking honest. And this is the reason why I cut some people motherfucking off. And this is what I said earlier. I understand what you said, Conjure, about the context, but some of that context at some point in time, I didn't give a fuck about none of that pussy ass shit, bitch. Be honest with you. But for me, I started listening to people.
And that's the context, and that's why you listening.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about I understand, but I also want to put in there because some people, I felt like, at least for me, I felt like when they heard those things, they took it for face value. No, you gotta listen, you gotta watch them for a while, because a lot of people say they voted for Trump that I know for taxes, but then they're over here rejoicing about this trans stuff, and the people don't fucking understand is that, and this is what I said earlier, is that people, keep in mind, Kamala Harris never said anything about trans people. That was never a topic. But you keep in mind that Trump brought up trans people, because guess what? He knows when it comes to money and when it comes to that trans shit, he knows that is those two topics right there can activate the MK Ultra in people's heads, hearts, about the philosophies that they think and believe about groups of people, which can garner their vote. And keep in mind, with their philosophies that will be activated, those are going to be widespread throughout many groups of people. So while you have him in office, or have him trying to get into office, now you got the homophobic straight people, transphobic straight people, then you got the transphobic gay people. That's in goddamn the queer community. Yeah, them trans people, vote for them. Then guess what? As that's going on, that's another group that's disempowered that can't help defend other groups of people from the way that people are trying to take away other people's rights. They're going to be another disempowered group. And then guess what's going to happen? They're going to go after the queer people. Then guess what's going to happen? All them homophobic straight people and all the self-hating queer people. Yeah. Then that's another group. They're going after black women, then black men. It's going to fucking continue, which is the reason why I don't fucking understand. And I don't like that people are trying to make excuses and sitting there fucking being happy over going after another group of people rights. Because like they say all the time, history repeats itself. I'm done.
Now, how am I supposed to follow that?
Yeah.
Hi.
Hey, Will.
Listen, I agree with everything that has been said prior. One thing is number 45, soon to be number 47, because I refuse to say his damn name. Always ran on take our country back. Now, everybody with some goddamn common sense should have known that did not mean anybody that was not white. So they have taken their country back, and they are acting out. They're doing all kinds of shit,
and they're taking it back with a
faces.
vengeance.
Yes.
This is a vengeance.
So they're getting in people's faces. They're going to find out that this is truly not the 50s, so people will give a little bit back to them. And in these states that they change gun laws where people can just have a gun and you may not know that they're carrying at all, or it might be out there in the open, you're going to find out very quickly people aren't going to be willing to talk. They're just going to bang bang, keep it moving, and go on. Now, I had so much I wanted to say. So the things that they say about Kamala, oh, she didn't do this, oh, she didn't do that, oh, she's a vice president. Do you even understand what the hell the vice president does? The one role that she is supposed to do is to certify the election results. That is truly, or break a tie in the Senate. Now, she had done that previously because they started revving up on the chances she should win, that she wouldn't have been able to certify the election. It would have been wrong for her to certify since she was a winner. But the other 43 presidents prior to Obama had no problem when they were vice presidents, ran and won. So this identity politics thing got on my nerves this particular election, in that it seemed to be that it was trying to make anyone that was non-white feel bad for wanting to vote for Kamala. Oh, you just identify with her because of this, because she looks like you, and the man on the other side looks like you. So that's identity politics. That's the bigger. These folks showed up in groves, identity politics. They see their pa, their uncle, their Billy Bob Joe's brother, sister, whatever, in that man. He will pick off each group one by one. He's going to pick off groups. That when I went to bed I said, okay, I'm just gonna go to bed because I can't take this. I
Yeah.
woke up, looked at my phone, and saw the alert that said he won. I said, I'd be damned, threw my phone down, and was like, well, here we go. Every person for themselves. Take care of your own loved ones and fuck the others, because that's what it's coming down to. Neighbors are now calling ICE on other neighbors. Oh, well, that's what you voted for. People used you, got your vote, and moving on. So
Yep.
when he said he would be this would be the last time that you have to vote for president, I don't know why people didn't, especially people of color, didn't realize what that meant. But that it's going to come. It's going to come to
So
fruition.
apparently, a lot of us did. Like Black people didn't really do this. Like we voted almost in the 90 percentile for Kamala. So we didn't do this. It was those self-hating ass Latinos, those
That don't realize that they are
privileged
us.
ass, those privileged ass, pale men and women,
The bland. Mm-hmm.
the
I call them the bland.
hypocritical ass white evangelical ass community.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was all them who did this.
I mean, and for people who in the evangelicals who just live on the Bible, I guess y'all don't read Revelations, because exactly what they described as the Antichrist is what you just put back into office. I don't understand how he's a convicted felon and you still put him into office. Is he going to release everybody else that has had is a felon? Allow them to vote? Allow them to run for office? Allow them to? I mean, we kind of, as a country, need to think a little better. Someone was like, "Well, how can a convicted felon?" Because the forefathers, that y'all like to call them, didn't think of anybody with that particular character and his unsavory background would even have the audacity to run. But here we are, and now
Yeah.
it's getting ready to be something.
I don't see it that way because I feel like they're all criminals. I feel like that is really like their MO, but they're above the law. So like they were never going to view Trump as a criminal because they don't consider themselves criminal.
Right. Identity. It's the identity
Yeah,
politics of it all.
yeah.
That's all what they try to use against us, but that is what they did.
Yep.
That's exactly what they
Mm.
did. So
So I'm
yeah.
really, I'm really I'm pleased right now with how I feel. I want to hold on to my disgruntled energy. Um and I just want to see how these I just want to see how everyone is going to be moving ahead. I just want to hear this. I want to hear the same energy. I want to feel it and I want to hear it. The same energy they had for Kamala. I want to hear them like they was super Billy badass, super aggressive when it came to a woman, number one, and then a woman of color. I want to see how they're going to bark, bitch, and complain and man up when it comes to Trump.
It's
I
crickets.
have a
Oh,
I
it's
have
cricket.
a feeling that
It's cricket.
I
Yeah.
have a feeling they're going to try to play the same tactics in Black woman. I know we've been speaking out largely in our silence. We've been speaking silently. I want us to remain silent and vigilant in our silence. Like, don't get like. Of course, when it's time to, the next 4 years, it's going to be a time we're going to have to, get information and things of that nature. But stand on fucking business. Like, we're going to support the Black man because we know the Black man in large numbers supported us. They stood with us. They saw the bigger picture. But when it comes to these entities that
1531 Glencoe Avenue, Venice.
So Auntie don't know she ain't on mute. But when it comes to that,
1531 Glencoe
I'm gonna mute
Avenue.
us real quick. Okay.
when it comes to that 10%, I want us to hold their asses accountable. Like, and you'll find out who the 10% was. Hold their ass accountable. I don't give a damn at this point, even if they did vote for Kamala, because I still feel like what was done was so strategically done. You know what I mean? Like, let's hold these motherfuckers. But all I want to ask of us is to learn how to move in silence, stay in silence. We don't need to speak out anymore because, like I was, when me and Ruckus was talking, I said, it's unfortunate that we don't have a real, I know you provide a safe place, but it's a public place. It's a public space.
Yeah.
We don't have in a large number a safe space for all of us collectively to come. We have so many ops within our own community, and then outside, like we can't necessarily 100% trust the allyship of other groups because they never really show up in large numbers to really champion our causes, right? So we really do need a space that where we can come up with a system that people are vetted. That really requires real work, dedication, and diligence and integrity. We really need that. We because we're so like we're dealing with so many different variants, battle fatigue, of the frustration of what we've endured throughout our lives in this this country. But we don't have anything of our own in that way, and we need it. We really, really need it. So until we get it, we have to come up with other lines of communication, non-verbiage. We have to be not like and come up with an understanding of what the fuck it is and what it ain't. It ain't like we can have empathy for other groups of people, but our interest for us should be the priority. Like I think it's time for us to really, really, really step the fuck back.
Yeah, for sure.
Have a fucking plan and put that plan into motion, but stop fucking being so kind and fucking trusting to other groups of fucking people, thinking that they're our allies. And even if they are our allies, at this point, we don't fucking trust none of y'all asses. So sorry that you gotta be a part. You may have a pure intention, but I can't trust your intentions because your pure intentions have not fucking served me and my community.
Exactly.
That part.
So we got to get back to a segregated mindset. We really do. And I just had to piggyback off of what she was saying. I'm sorry. Auntie J's, hey.
Hey, Auntie J.
Hey. Hey.
I see you got on that nasty red lip, child. What's going on, Auntie?
I'm on my way to a rehearsal, but I had to run it back because I saw that you came up, and I have had a hoot, and I agree with all of what the panelists have said. We have, we do as a community have to start thinking like and moving like the Borg.
Yeah.
We have to put our differences aside and understand that what has just happened is going to impact us like no other community. If we feel like we've been cheated and not felt right, not treated well, etc., baby, buckle up because it's about to get worse.
Yeah.
Now, there's still people who are sending petitions demanding a recount because there are people whose votes weren't counted, who showed up at the polls to vote and been told that they had already voted. I maintain that it's not a conspiracy theory to think that Musk, who with all his money now has control of the most powerful man in the world, didn't pull some shit with Starlink. It was not, he spent a whole, when Trump was the convicted felon, was in North Carolina and in Georgia, where all of those people were affected by the hurricanes. And he said he was going to call Musk to put up Starlink so that they could communicate and that they could go to the polls and vote. Yeah. Musk had stood before a crowd of people and had said all you had to change was one thing in the algorithm for it to do, for these machines to do what you wanted them to do. People who had voted a straight Democrat ticket and then voted for him for president, there's a whole lot of stuff that is not sitting right. I can feel it in my waters. And for everyone who's trying to say, oh, it's a conspiracy, no, it isn't. and we may never find out
Yeah.
in time before he is inaugurated. We may never find out, but I still hold that this was stolen. It was rigged, and you notice that not a whole lot of them are out in the streets celebrating.
No,
They're not
pretty
rejoicing.
quiet.
They're not
Yeah.
happy that he's in office because the reality is going to slap them in the face when people with diabetes now have to decide if they're going to pay for their insulin or buy food.
Yeah.
That because you won't be able to get it for $30 a month now. Okay.
Yeah.
So for the idiots who don't know that the ACA is Obamacare, good luck, boo. If it's kept you alive, get ready to lose. It's going to impact all of us.
Yeah.
They want to. How is this man going to? He created the division called the Government Efficiency Division, with Musk saying he's going to trim $2 trillion from the budget. How do you think that's going to work out? Who do you think is going to be impacted? It could mean your Social Security. It could mean your Medicare. It could mean any of the things that they call entitlement programs, even though from the very first check that you get, you pay into that system.
Exactly.
It's not an entitlement. It's our money.
Right.
And yes, I have had it. Black women are sitting down. White women are begging us, making blue bracelets, talking about they stand with us. Y'all take care of your own shit. Because you laid with these men. You squeezed out babies for these men. You didn't care if they were beating your ass or whatever. You contributed to what we are now experiencing or preparing ourselves to experience. So if we as a people do not look at the bigger picture and stop putting, and another thing, Professor Karen had a an ad that Trump used in his campaign with Charlemagne the God, saying that he didn't want his dollars going to transsexual people getting medical help in prison. Well, you dummy, that law was in place when the convicted felon was president.
Exactly.
It's the law. But he used Charlemagne the God's word in a political ad saying that I endorse this ad. So there are a lot of confused. The brother who is talking about how much he loves MAGA and he knows that y'all ain't racist, but somebody just told him he wasn't nothing but a vote. Yeah, that's exactly what you were, a vote. So you can wear all the red Make America Great Again hats and T-shirts you want. They are talking about making America white because they know that their numbers have decreased, their population has decreased, and they are doing all they can to remain the dominant force in this nation. And it's impacting not just us, but the world. So we have a man who is sucking Putin's dick. We have people who are eating the corn out of his doo-doo so that he will put them in positions of power. We already have a clown car in his administration right now. The people that he's chosen a Fox host to head up one of our most important divisions in the country. I think it might be the Department of Defense.
Yeah, it's the military. But apparently he's well decorated as a veteran. So
I don't care. I don't care. It doesn't mean that he knows how to run the freaking Department of Defense.
Right.
So yeah, I am with all of you all. I will be chuckling and cackling when the crackers that voted for him thinking that black folks were getting too much and we were taking something from them and the Black Lives Matters and terrorist organization, to all the white aligned immigrants, buckle up, because as you have said, Conscious, y'all getting ready to get niggerized like you have never been niggerized before. Welcome to motherfucking America, y'all.
There you
Shit.
go.
Welcome home. Welcome home, everybody.
Right.
The greatest country in the world.
In the world, baby.
Yeah.
Welcome, welcome, welcome.
You about to pay your dues, baby.
You damn
Well,
straight.
I told some people, take a look at what's happening in Amsterdam and what's kicking off in the UK, because that's coming to a door in the front street near you.
Yep. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, and in Scotland, they are referring to him as a convicted felon. They're not calling him president. They're referring to him as a convicted felon. And I'm just wondering, since he's not allowed in about 40 countries in the world as a felon, I'm just waiting to see how the other nations are going to treat him. Because this boy already on Russian news, state-run news, put up naked pictures of Melania, and they were chuckling and cackling about that.
Wow.
Yeah. So, y'all's first lady, y'all. Here she is.
Well, I'm hoping that he loves her and he's committed enough to his vows to make sure that he get right on that deportation plane with her ass, because
You see?
her and Elon Musk will technically need to be in the lineup.
That's right, because they were in the country illegally.
Yep.
At first. And so now, but it's not going to impact the white ones. He's not going to throw out any white ones for the people who saw Arabs for Trump, make America great again. I guess they forgot that on the first day that he was president the last time, he put a Muslim ban, barring anybody of that belief from those countries from coming into the country. Well, Palestinians who decided they were going to punish Harris because she couldn't stop the war in Gaza. Well, y'all better pack up, because you are concentrated. They know where you are, and we can't cry no tears when you put I understand, because Black people overall are very empathetic, sympathetic, and compassionate people. We don't like seeing babies being killed and whatnot, because it reminds us of what has happened to us. We don't like that. But when you put your stuff above all of ours and put us all at risk, I can't be sympathetic with you.
Yeah.
I cannot, because you weren't protesting at the convicted felons KKK rallies. You were only protesting against the Dems. So you pretty much have shot yourself in the head, powed yourself in the head, because you may have had an opportunity to get some of the things done that you wanted to get done. But now it's all over, baby. It's
Done,
all
baby.
over. So get ready, get ready, get ready.
If you wanted
All
to get
y'all.
if you wanted to get it from the mud, baby, you officially in it. So
That's right.
they apparently wanted to get it from the mud, baby. Okay. The mud is the starting ground. So
Oh yes.
this
Oh
thing
yes.
just about to be crazy, and we like I said, we ain't even scratched we ain't even at the tip of the iceberg yet. This is only the man ain't even been sworn in yet, and all hell breaking loose. So I just know this is gonna be a wild, wild ride. I just hate that the rest of us gotta be on the roller coaster too. I wish that we had the advantage of being able to separate our America from their America, and we just get to watch and do a Kamala cackle as
That's right.
they endure. But unfortunately, we dead smack in the middle of the shit with their asses. So it's a shame. But anybody else got anything that y'all want to sound off on?
Yes.
Yeah, that's why
I don't
it's
know.
important. Go ahead, Brad.
Now, the only thing I was going to say is talking about another thing that people also need to realize is that talking about the defunding the Department of Education. My question to people that was just so pro-Trump and all these things and
whatever reasons. Who the hell do you believe are going to be mostly affected by defunding the educational system? Why would they want to do that? You do know that HBCUs are going to be affected by that bad boy. A lot of college students in general are going to be affected because they won't receive FAFSA and Pell Grants and all these things. But I digress.
They've been saying for a while that they don't see what is so great about, the indoctrination is happening at colleges. This is what was being said during his presidency. They're indoctrinating people and the kids and the youth. So, yeah, they want to do away with it. Most of us can recite the times table 0 to 81. Ask some children nowadays to do it. Okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of truth. I was saying that on the back end that there is an issue with the educational system here. It has been failing when it comes to the minorities. But I just feel like this is an opportunity for us to take back control where we should have never just surrendered so much of our needs to a government. Like, to me, overall, I see the silver lining. This is an opportunity for us to assemble, for us to recreate our own. Parents, it's time for you, instead of sending your kids to school for babysitting service, putting all of the expectations on teachers to educate your children. It's like growing up. I remember being educated at home first before I was even sent to school. Like you know what I mean? Like, just having that village is what we lack, and we need that back in so many areas of our lives. So although their intention is for us to continue to fall into their manipulation tactics, for us to remain uneducated so we can be disempowered, we have the opportunity to step up and take care of our own, educate ourselves, come back to community activism, helping each other, checking on your neighbors, making sure that there are resources that the government doesn't provide or lacks in providing for us. Like, we just have to get back into those practices, because that's really the only way that we're going to truly survive overall. I'm glad that I'm not happy that it's happening, but I'm glad that it will be an opportunity for us to just do things better. Like, we complained for so many years, but it's time to stop complaining and just put the shit into work. Like, that's just the bottom line. So, yeah, Conscious, I don't know when you're going to do another live, but I pray to God that the next live you do, if it's not celebrity, gossip, I really pray that your next live is to discuss this reparation shit. Cause I want to have
I already done discussed it. It's going to white people.
Like, no, I just want to have the conversation with FDA and Adolphs and all. I just want to have the conversation.
I can set up I can get some FDAs on here now to get into.
I want to have the conversation. Like, I don't want to hear no fucking excuses. I want to see who's going to fucking stand up and say we fucked up. I mean, like, some people may feel like it's a moot point, but in order to regain my motherfucking trust, I need fucking accountability to show up in the most integral way possible. We fucked up. We fucked up. And how we're going to move forward to regain your trust, because we don't need the division. We don't.
Yeah. Because now this man got policies that are going to cost people like their lives. Like, all this stop and frisk shit, all this police immunity shit is literally going to end. This is why, like, I think a panel we had a few ago, like where we had the female MAGA supporter up here, and we had Breaking the Culture up here, and she was damn near in tears. Like, this is like this shit, people, like, this stuff directly impacts people's lives. Like, we're talking about politics, for God's sake. So people are going to be emotionally invested in what's transpiring. People's lives are on the line. The quality of life is on the line. And, you know, I just hate this for everybody who let a criminal slide them a $1,200 stimulus check and think that that was making them and America great again, because, yeah, it's about to be the crying games, baby. And like I said, it's hard to even be able to really get my cackle on, because once again, like, we in this shit by ourselves. And I mean, we're all in this shit together, and I hate it. I just hate it. I hate it for us. I hate
Conscious,
it.
when
Yeah.
you hear about the time when that spaceship is leaving this planet here for the next, please let me know.
I
Please let
will.
us know,
I
because
definitely will.
I'm telling you right now,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. It's gonna
Spiritually,
be
we
on there.
need to connect, because I know Rumors and T, you were saying we have to connect. It's going to have to be on a spiritual level, and many are going to have to break down what they have been ingrained to believe, let it go. But spiritually, we need to connect first, and then we can move forward, because there's language that can be spoken without being spoken. All right, I'm
Right,
muted.
Facts.
right.
Facts. I think we got somebody in the back chat. TJ.
Oh, hey everybody.
Hi,
Hey,
TJ. Welcome to the platform.
hey, I'm a new subscriber. I
Oh,
subscribed
welcome.
last week, and I just wanted to just talk about like the reason why America voted for Trump
Mhm.
is a lack of education, and also average Americans read at a sixth grade level. So
Yeah.
when you break that down, especially the propaganda on social media, and when you break it down, you see they use certain dog whistles and messages to entice these people to make them feel
Mhm.
empowered. Because I always ask people who support Trump, I say, why do you support Trump? They say, oh, well, he tells it like it is. And I'm like, what do you mean by that? And then when I listen to how Trump speaks, he speaks at like a middle school level. So it's like,
Mhm.
that's why you guys feel like he says it like it is, because he talks like you guys can understand politics, but that's not the point. You know what I'm saying? Like, so it's like, it's really
Yeah.
sad that especially people of color in our community got
Yeah.
bamboozled and tricked and basically pimped out of a $1,200 stimulus check that's not going to come. And
Sold out integrity for
and on top,
$1,200.
yeah, and on top of that, I knew this was going to come, the whole tide against
Mhm.
trans people, because I myself, I know trans people,
Yeah.
and I knew it from like 2015 on Twitter. They were like making like fake transgender flags to make them look like
Mhm.
pedophiles. I
Wow.
was ringing the alarm on that. There was a
Mhm.
website called 4chan, which JD Vance and Elon Musk go on, and
Mhm.
4chan is a website that a lot of incels and white supremacists go on, and it's
Mhm.
called /poll/poll. So they've been playing a long
Well,
game.
Vance was groomed by
Wow.
Peter Thiel, who's a gay man. He's married to his husband. They're
Yeah.
both venture capitalists. He was groomed by Peter Thiel. And I will never, ever believe that in that he didn't have a little encounter, that he doesn't
Oh, they
know what
all
that's
do.
all about.
They all do. Like, I'm gonna tell you guys this: I infiltrate these white supremacist online spaces. So what they do is they think that the shit that they see on social media is real because
Mhm.
they're chronically online.
Yeah.
And you
Mhm.
can, and if you guys seen that new apartment Dogecoin, that's a prime example as to
Yes,
how Elon Musk is
yes.
chronically online. So you have a lot of chronically online young men, probably unhappy people that sit all day on a computer since COVID, blaming everything on everybody else. And Trump, he actually came up off of that. And I'll give him kudos for that. He came up off of that. He said, okay, we got a lot of unhappy white men that's on a computer all day. They frustrated. They ain't getting no pussy. They ain't getting this and that. So how
Mhm.
about we change the narrative and say, oh, migrants is taking this, migrants is taking that. But the main reason why he united everybody together, like somebody said earlier, is the whole trans thing. Because you got homophobic, transphobic black people and just homophobic people all over the place. So that's
Yeah.
how he locked that vote in. But now, since that's happening, because I looked up, I said, okay, What are the stats of trans kids getting surgeries? There's no stats. The
Right.
population of transgender people and kids are under 10%. I myself is trans, so it's bullshit. It's under 10%. That's when I knew. I said, okay, this is like an infiltration mind fuck type of thing, and it's
Yep.
really sad because, like, I don't know what to do. Like, I try to inform people, but I feel like
Yeah.
I'm talking to a brick wall. But that's all I wanted to add.
Yeah,
Really.
it's hard to inform people about facts concerning an issue that they are bigoted towards, because it's really their bigotry that is holding together their unwillingness to want to deal with the facts. So, like, the statistics around trans kids transitioning may be non-existent because it don't fucking happen. But if you're already a transphobe, you don't care about the facts, really.
Yep.
Because it's your belief system that's really anchoring you into your resistance. And it's really sad that politics is informed by people's religious beliefs and their traditions, because I've said it multiple times on my platform that I feel like politics should be about the facts. It should be about human rights, not your religious ideology, not your spirituality even, but literally about human rights. And you should never use your belief to vote someone else's oppression into existence. Like, you don't have to agree with queer people in order to agree with their civil liberties. You don't have to agree with Satanists in order to agree to their religious freedom of expression. You don't have to agree with these things. I hate that this country allows us even to participate in editing other people's reality in this way. And I hate that this is the way that people are informed about their politics. It's based upon their personal views. And then nobody wants to finally get in the streets, and nobody wants to finally galvanize and come together until now it's their ass whose rights are being infringed upon. Now we got Asian elders being, turned on their heads by police and lied on and falsified. We got Latino Americans who voted into their oppression, and now they don't know what the hell to do, thinking that Trump was going to be virtuous enough to separate the family-oriented Latinos from everybody else. Now we got privileged ass white Americans who are now concerned about what the fuck is going to happen to Obamacare and their Medicaid, their life-saving medical resources, now that this man is talking about overhauling all of these motherfucking systems. But I guess that at the end of the day, all any of us can do is continue to expose the system, even though sometimes it may seem like there's more of them than there are us. But considering the way that some of this data looked from the election, I think there's something to be said about being hopeful in terms of people's capacity to wake up. And I think without hope, we don't have anything. My whole thing, though, is I'm not sure if voting should be the only thing that we should be looking to as a solution, whether it's the presidential elections or local voting. I'm just not sure that voting should be like the only solution that we're entertaining, because white people do everything to protect their interests, including storm that goddamn Capitol, including act aggressively if need be in order to get what they want in this system. And I'm not sure if minority people are going to continue to play patty cake with this system and see the same results that we've had to watch people more privileged than us receive. I know that that's something that a lot of people just don't want to hear, but I don't see any other way. because we have played this conversation game with the system. We've played this, we died for the right to vote, only to still be fighting the same demons that our ancestors been fighting from day one. Like, we have done this every generation, and largely nothing has really changed. The system has just evolved. It's just gotten smarter about the ways it can create disenfranchisement while creating the illusion of freedom and liberty on behalf of minority people. And I am happy that most of the Black community voted the way they voted, but obviously now that we can see from that data, we actually need allies too. We can't even necessarily get ourselves out of this on our own. We are going to need major allyship. So,
and that's a tough one.
Yeah.
Because the others, I'll be nice. The others don't see us as human beings with the same rights that they have. And that's just been ingrained, and it keeps going generation to generation. They keep teaching their young, that whole hatred wrapped in the package of Christianity. Okay.
Are you still talking about, or did your phone go out?
No, I just muted.
Okay, someone just said in the chat that we have breaking news that Trump picked
my gosh.
Gates as Attorney General.
Oh my God.
Is that real?
I mean, Matt Gaetz is the same guy that got caught up with a 16-year-old, but hey, I get it.
Yeah.
Is that real? Oh, I'm going to research this.
That's what they voted for.
I do see some breaking. Republicans expected to keep control of the House of Representatives. CBS News Project solidifying Republican leadership of both chambers of Congress as well as the White House with Donald Trump's 2024 election victory. Let me pull this up on the screen. So they will keep control of the House of Representatives. CBS News Project solidifying Republican. Somebody just said, I've worked for the government for 18 years and I'm terrified. This is not a joke if you are an African American. All y'all people that talk about Kamala over those petty things, you're about to see and feel racism like never before.
Remember the Patriot Act when people were saying how, Obama's listening in on us? Get ready. Watch your conversations when you're out in public. Move in silence, as Rumors and T say. Move in silence.
Man, in the next 6 months to a year, save money, but also travel, go have fun, do things you want to do, because life is about to get hard as fuck for the majority of us. Everybody was worried about the wrong election. The real elections are local. One day we will all realize that.
Live your lives, everybody. Live your lives to the fullest. Yeah.
Let me research this thing on Matt and see what comes up. I don't know what to say. This is insanity, as TJ said. Let me see, Matt. Let me see.
It is a headline.
It is.
Yeah, Trump taps. Yep.
Let me see.
Although
what's going on?
Yeah.
Oh my God, it is.
Yep.
Oh wait, let me see. Let me pull this up for y'all.
Make America great again.
God.
Yeah, exactly.
Let me see. I just pulled up. This is a mess. Trump picks far-right Congressman Matt Gaetz as Attorney General. Controversial Florida. Oh my God, he got a Florida. Is latest in the slew of nominations, baby. All those anti-LGBT policies about to come pushing out of the volcano.
And Gates has a case against him about trafficking and dealing with underage
You know
girls.
what's so funny about the Auntie Jace is I just did a live stream, like either my last live stream or a live stream before, where we went over Trump and all of the SA allegations against him, but not only just him, the fact that almost 90% of his male cabinet also had DV and SA allegations and lawsuits against them as well. So I'm not
Yes,
even surprised that this man loves to surround himself with other toxic masculine male abusers.
And the gag is,
Epstein entourage.
Huh?
Epstein's entourage.
Epstein's entourage.
and the gag is all them people beforehand that was saying shit along the lines of, what about the children at the border and all those missing children? Did you not realize you just elected a motherfucker that literally has a cabinet full of people that's going to hurt children? Girl.
But you
Y'all
know,
go
we
play
gotta
in traffic.
protect the
Go play in
children.
traffic.
We gotta protect the children, though.
Gotta protect them. So the article says Donald Trump has named the controversial Florida Congressman Matt Gaetz to be Attorney General for his second administration. The shock appointment aims to fill a post that had been eagerly awaited as Trump and his allies picked names for a raft of top jobs to serve under the victor of November's U.S. presidential election. The post of Attorney General is a powerful one and comes after a campaign in which Trump has railed without any credible evidence against Joe Biden's Department of Justice as having been used against him to pursue political prosecutions. It also comes after Trump himself has repeatedly said he may use the department to pursue his own political enemies, including Biden and his family members. Like Kamala said, first day of office, he'll be on his who to get list. The outspoken Gaetz is a far-right firebrand in the party and an ultra-Trump loyalist with a history of having been investigated while in office. His appointment came as a shock to many observers as his name had not been at the top of any speculative list of potential candidates. Quote, "Are you not entertained?" said CNN political analyst and Trump ally Scott Jennings in the wake of the news. Meanwhile, Trump heaped praise on Gaetz. Quote, "Matt is a deeply gifted and a tenacious attorney trained at the William and Mary College of Law, who has distinguished himself in Congress through his focus on achieving desperately needed reform at the Department of Justice," Trump said in a statement posted to his Truth social media account. He added, quote, "Few issues in America are more important than ending the partisan weaponization of our justice system. Matt will end weaponized government, protect our borders, dismantle criminal organizations, and restore Americans' badly shattered faith and confidence in the department." Okay,
But
wait,
then
I'm gonna
that's a
look up.
lie, because if you say you're going after Biden and his family, then you're using it as your weapon. Well, I
That
gotta
part.
go. I gotta drop because I need to rant in a way that has never been. I'm gonna call folks and cuss them all the way out. My gosh, I can't
Okay,
believe
boo.
this. We are the laughing stock of the world, and they think they're the great ones, and he's gonna stand up there and show out with all these other countries who will just turn their ass to him and tell
That
him to
part.
kiss it. Mm. All right,
That
thank you,
part, baby.
Conscious,
Thank
again
you
for
for
allowing me
coming
up.
up, boo.
All right, take care.
So so he wants to criminalize universities and the public school system for talking about race and history and gender, and he wants to throw doctors into prison for emergency abortions and all of this and all of that, but he can hire other criminal. Obviously birds of a feather flock together, so I'm not surprised, but it's just the blatant polarizing hypocrisy of it all. Okay, so here it is. Oh, this is in fucking insane. According to CNBC, House of Ethics Committee expands Rep. Matt Gaetz' actual misconduct investigation. The House of Ethics Committee said Tuesday it has identified additional allegations against Rep. Matt Gaetz that merit review as it continues to investigate the Florida Republican over claims of what it called sexual misconduct and illicit drug use. The ethics committee said that it is now seeing claims that Gates, who denies wrongdoing, dispensed special privileges and favors to individuals with whom he had a personal relationship and sought to obstruct government investigations of his conduct. Oh, this is exactly the kind of person that Trump would want, because this is what he's looking to do. The ethics panel also said it had difficulty in obtaining relevant information from Gates and others since the probe began in April 2021 amid a federal criminal XEX trafficking investigation of Gates and a friend, Joel Greenberg. The criminal probe ended with a guilty plea by Greenberg, but no charges were filed against Gates. After conducting investigation and interviews with more than a dozen witnesses and examining thousands of pages of documents, the committee said it has determined that certain of the allegations merit continued review. During the course of its investigation, the committee has also identified additional allegations that merit review despite the difficulty of getting information from Gates, the ethics committee said. But the panel also said Tuesday that it was suspending existing probes into 4 separate allegations of wrongdoing against the Florida congressman. Hold on, let's get into the deets of this motherfucking SCX trafficking situation. This page is sending you to an invalid URL. Bullshit. Hold on, let me see something. Let me see something here. This is fucking insane, but this man wants to crack down and criminalize everybody else, but it's literally hiring people who are currently under investigation for human trafficking, drug usage, government corruption. This is a botched ass administration. Sex trafficking.
The only people that he's hiring now are the career criminals that have a political influence or are politicians. He's not trying to go for the straight-laced ones that did their dirt on, on the low, but ended up getting caught up with him and ended up getting charged and convicted of things. He's not hiring like Roger Stone and them and all of that. He's not going for that no more. He's going for the guttermost. Trust and believe.
This is nasty.
And Matt Gaetz, if had the House of Representatives dealt with him with these charges, his ass wouldn't even be in sniffing position to be attorney general. The problem with this is that now Trump is going to use the Justice Department as his own little personal department to get away with stuff. And I heard somebody on I want to say Roland Martin's one of his in the last 2 days or so, one of his podcasts. This gentleman was very learned. I forgot his name, and I really implore you all to go and listen to him if I can remember to look it up. He said the problem with this was Merrick Garland. This lies at the feet of Merrick Garland, a lot of this, because had he been strong on holding Trump's ass to the fire for everything he's done, he would have never been able to run again. But he went soft on him, but if we want to really be honest, Merrick Garland should have never been the attorney general. I think they did that when he came up short in the Supreme Court nomination right before President Obama left the office, when he was trying to replace Phil Scalia's seat that was open after his death. So a lot of this is getting ready to be the Injustice League of cabinet administrations, the worst that'll probably go down in history as the worst ever seen. But this is what they wanted. So, I told God, give them, I said this earlier this year. I said, God, you know what? People are not serious. This was before Vice President Kamala had to run. I said, you know what? Since they think that they want a king like they wanted in the Bible, God, give them what they want. But protect your remnant in the earth that knows better. Keep us unscathed, because here's the thing. By the time we have midterm elections in 2026, they're going to be wanting to replace so many of these MFers so bad they're going to be itching in their underwear to do it.
You know, it's so fun. I mean, I'm glad that you got a lot more faith than I do, because because the way that this looks to me is that, as you just said, this is what they want. If they didn't change their mind about Trump the second time around, I don't see them having any greater sense of virtue and ethics and morality with anything else.
Because if they consider this their big one, let them have it. I'm just asking God to protect us, shield
But
us,
you know what's so
remember
funny?
us. I put a demand on him to do.
But what does that even look like as well? Because, you know, that same guy, this guy that you're talking about, I mean, has allowed chattel slavery, the Atlantic slave trade. So even when it comes to this conversation at this point around God, I like.
Yeah, I'm trying not to lose faith. Don't get me wrong, but I've watched what he's done in my life. Took me from the guttermost, and I'm back on the rise in 9 months, where some people would have lost their minds and jumped off the nearest bridge. And not to say that it wasn't that it was easy, because it wasn't, and that there were days that I was mad at God. But he has reminded me that I'm still God. No, you know, I'm still the God of the Bible. I'm not their God. I'm the God of the Bible. I'm the God of the ones that believe that I'm going to make it okay. Yes, I did. I had to allow it. But if you think about the strength of black people, we've survived far worse. It's in our DNA that we're survivors, that we're going to know how to, you know, make $1 out of 15 cents. We're going to figure out a way this time next year how to have Thanksgiving dinner when shit's going to be too high to even buy regular food. We're going to figure out a way how to put a few gifts under the Christmas tree for our loved ones.
Can I be honest? I feel like as a minority people, we are in the same predicament that the Israelites were when they crossed that Red Sea, and that army was coming for their motherfucking ass at some point. And Moses looked to God, and God told Moses to look toward the sea from them damn swords and to teach his people combat, because this is where their part come in at. I feel like we have been long overdue for our part in the revolution.
Oh,
I feel like God's part in this thing has expired. I feel like God done empowered the people. He done gave us leaders. He done gave us education. He done gave us the tools in the toolbox. And if we just sit there and continue to look to the heavens on a wishful thinking, and we got the means to do what needs to be done and forfeit that, then we're just going to continue to be wrapping those gifts by next year. But we're also going to be mourning more dead bodies in the street, more black bodies, black children, and more bullshit. And it's not enough at this point for just some of us to survive. There needs to be not any more black injustice, period. Like, I don't even give a fuck if because to be honest, I'm with you. I've been personally surviving. My coin been coining, my fabulous have been fabulous-ing, my business been businessing. I have been able to see how good God is to me personally, but when it comes to God's attitude collectively about the collective and about these kind of like larger issues beyond our anecdotal existence, I feel like it's time to get out of ideology, and it's really time to get dirty. Like, we're gonna have to literally pick up our fucking swords. Like, minority people gonna have to get motherfucking active. It ain't no more wishful thinking and relying on feel good, poetic Hallmark, you know, philosophy. Like, this the part in the action movie where the action comes.
Right. And I don't disagree with that, because I do believe in a lot of even what Malcolm X said. Sometimes you got, but we're there now. We need to give them what they want. They want
They
the
want a
smoke.
race war.
Okay, let's go for it. But they're gonna have to understand that we're not the children and the byproduct of our ancestors.
Yeah.
You know, because they seem to think that because they choose the passive ones of us to do their shit with, and we don't stand up, that, you know, that's the whole of all of us together. No, I know I have friends and I know people with some serious arsenals in their house that's waiting for the day when they start to act up and crack up. They're gonna just pop, 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 pop,
But
and
that's what they want,
and they
though.
not gonna feel no kind of way about it.
But
Yeah,
that's
but
what we
that's
lack.
the
See, when I
goal.
hear that term, we're not the children, the byproduct of our ancestors. I feel like my ancestors' energy was definitely more vigilant than our energy is. So I think we've been brainwashed to think that, JT was just saying, that's what they want. Yeah, and that's what we should give them. At the end of the day, you just have to be very.
I heard you want. I heard you need that. I heard
You
they need
understand me?
that.
I think
Well,
that you
that's
have to
I
have
heard
the
they need that.
discernment to know when and where, but always be prepared to not sit on ready, but to actually be on go.
exactly.
Like, that's what we lack.
Like
We're
that.
so
When I
afraid.
say, and
We're
don't
so
get me
afraid to
wrong,
call they fucking. We're so afraid to call their fucking bluff, and not realizing because we're afraid to call they fucking bluff, it keeps us in the same repetitive ass cycle. Fuck that. Call the bluff. Because
Let's
at
be
the end of the
honest.
day, it can't be about individualism anymore. I gotta consider the generation after me and the generations to come.
oh, most
It's not
definitely.
fair for me to just worry and be concerned about my own fucking life and my own financial stability and things of that nature. That's not fair.
You're absolutely correct, and I don't disagree with that. And you're right, call their bluff. Because I was at work last night, and another sister, who was pregnant, went in the room, and this white man, y'all don't wear gloves no more. So I rolled up in the room with the look on my faces that said, even in my mask, because all you could see was my eyes. My hair was wrapped up. Say that shit to me, because I was fit to dig up off in here real quick. And he was
Yeah.
so surfy sweet with me because my look called his bluff. That every time he needed something, I passed through Miss Nurse, this, that, the other, and came to the desk and thanked me for the care for his loved one. I was like, yeah, give them their energy back. I agree with you because she didn't say nothing. I literally looked at him like, oh, this what we about to do? Because at that point, I was so over and done with the damn night, and knowing I need my job and what I've been through, I was ready to put that shit on the line because you have to meet them and call their bluff where they're at. And I noticed that he had a whole attitude change in that instant. And I made sure when I walked out the room, I was like, girl, don't let him say this shit to you again. Don't you do it.
It's literally Libby. Wars are not won based upon numbers, baby. You better take a long look at history and revolts. Okay.
Yeah, like Haiti.
Right.
Wars have not been won by the majority in every instance. We don't need all the numbers. And I'm glad they said that, because what I was about to say too is that the reason why this particular system acts the way that it acts towards us and without a conscience and can go to bed without having to sleep with one eye open is because it knows that we don't have a means of aggression to defend ourselves with. It knows it's taking advantage of the people that don't have a military, that don't have any active system in place to shield themselves from their military and means of aggression. So we're just looking at power run rampant because they have galvanized all of the resources to be able to secure their plight and their vision and to protect that and to subdue anybody who is a threat to that. And that's why I always for all the years we've been having these conversations on this platform, I've always been asking, especially when the conversation around Black-owned businesses and buying Black and all this and Black Wall Street, I'm like, we've been there, done that, and guess what? It all was blown to smithereens because we
burned it
don't
down.
have a means to protect that which we create politically and economically. And without that, we are doing ourselves a big disservice, especially since it's already been our history, and we know that it'll be smashed to smithereens. We know that the privileged people in this country are still on that type of time, hence January 6th. They still believe in active aggression to protect their ideals and their truths and their vision for this country. So that conversation needs to be largely explored, and definitely not on a public platform, definitely not on social media, but the organizing around what minority people are going to do to protect ourselves has to be included in the conversation around liberation. This liberation is going to call for a lot more than a prayer, hope, and voting. It's going to call for a lot more than that.
I agree. And don't get me wrong, I'm not, being an idealist in terms of, okay, we just got to trust God. That's what I need in my spirit to make it through. But I'm with all the shits and shenanigans now. Conscious, I've been talking to you, about 2 years now. You know how I come on this platform. But I understand too, I don't make a move without God. But I'm like, God, you may have to cover me in my shit and shenanigans because it's getting real in these streets. I want him to remember us because he said it as those of us that serve the God of the Bible, that he has a love and a special place in his heart for the remnant. I just want him to remember us in the bullshit because it's about to get real and thick, and we're going to have to meet them where they at. Like you said, I agree. Result and resistance moves the needle, not just God alone. We got to put some work on that faith and on some action. But the problem is we're still divided amongst ourselves. You got these folk that believe this over here, and that it bothered me.
But Cynthia, I don't mean to cut you off. I'm sorry, sis. See, but that's the problem. That's that jargon, those talking points. We're still divided based upon the statistics. We're not as divided, and I'm gonna keep running that into our brains in every conversation I have with people from henceforth. We're not as divided as we have been indoctrinated to believe. The statistics prove that. So yes, there are. I mean, those are the statistics show that the minority of us that are not in agreement are so small that we don't even have to speak on that shit anymore.
Yeah,
We really don't even have to because we are united. I haven't seen that happen in so long that it really makes me feel like we got a fucking chance. And not to focus on the areas that we are divided in, because right now it really don't fucking matter what areas we don't fucking agree on. We all fucking collectively agree there's a fucking problem and that we motherfucking in the fucking center of the fucking eye of the storm.
What I do know is that the next move needs to be our best one, and it's going to have to be one of legendary and iconic proportions, and all that organizing that we did to get 84% of the Black community, to get the percentage of white boys for Kamala, Karens for Kamala, Latinos for Kamala, all that organizing. We need to continue to organize, but we're going to have to be up in them secret Zoom meetings and organizing in our way as well. Because as you said, Arumas and T, there comes a certain part in the war strategy that just is not appropriate for public fodder. Like, you can't give away every move and can't give away the vision and the strategy to the enemy, who also can indulge in these spaces as well and observe and listen and take note, and then counteract all that and set things up in a way that can cancel that. But we need to continue to organize. We're gonna have to continue to organize, but we're gonna have to get about this feel good shit. And I hope that we haven't lost the people who are willing to lay down their lives, because this turning of the dial, like every other turning of the dial, of course it's going to come by blood. Ain't no revolutionary change occurred without it. So this next move need to be our best move, and the pressure is up And this is even deeper than ADOS shit, FDA shit. Like, we are under, I think that we're at the extremity of it. And it's just time to do. I don't need any more feel good shit. It's just time to figure out the doing. And it's time to organize and figure out what forward moving really looks like for us. Because we are going to have to get ourselves out of the shit that they put us in. You know, we didn't put ourselves in this predicament, but it's 100% on us to get ourselves out of it nonetheless. And we're going to have to get the fuck up out of this. We have to. We have to. We have to. We don't have
So, do you think that because a lot of people rely so much on social media, rely so much on the telephone, like this is like, I don't even trust the phones at this point. Like, this requires us actually meeting face to face. How do you propose, like anyone, this question to anyone, how do you guys think, how do you, moving forward, how would we propose actually organizing like they did back in the day for us to meet up in spaces where we can have the conversation and strategize?
It's going to take exactly what they did back in the day. Yeah.
Yeah, like
I mean, because
Telegram and
it's
stuff.
been done. And that's the good thing about history
But
is
I'm like, what
that
I'm asking is how do we go about that? Because everybody, the majority of the world relies on cell phone communication,
and
internet, and things of that
we're
nature.
going to use that accordingly too.
Yeah.
It's just not going to be where it ends, but it's going to be used accordingly. Because even then, radios and newspapers were also used in conjunction with community organizing as well. Flyers and everything. So everything didn't just stay completely cloaked, you know, like you have to use like whatever resources you can in order to appeal to the people, to attract the people, to direct the people. And then from there, you set up more systems of protection to protect the integrity of the community. Because this is what white people have been doing the whole time. They've been going along to the supermarket and hello to their neighbor while they've been secretly galvanizing.
Yep.
In online spaces, they've been secretly galvanizing at covert events at hotels that were really white supremacist events. Like, they are very good at being able to play the game. They have mastered the art of deception and their glamour spelling to the 10th degree. I will always give their community that, you know, that manipulation. The same thing they did in order to overtake this land from people who were native to it. It was all about the game of deceit. It was all about smoke and mirrors. It was all about playing friendly and coy while secretly organizing in the background for the domination of it all. This is literally their history. This is how they colonize. This is what they do everywhere they go. And there's no reason we can't do the same thing.
Well, I'm ready for the movement to start, to move ahead.
But can I say though that I think, yes, I believe in everything everybody said, and I don't disagree. And yes, I do believe we need action. We need to use the tools at our hand to start to galvanize, get together, and start planning our means of attack and protection and all of that. But let's keep it a buck here. We are and how do I want to say it, because I don't want to offend nobody, but we are within our own selves a selfish people, because you got those that got it, that can fund and get this movement started. They're living in the hills of Calabasas and was it Nob Hill or whatever it is in New York, you know, in places that are far removed from how they grew up. They, you know, we need a collective. We need everybody from the uttermost to the guttermost. We can't just
We
us
don't need.
revolutionaries at heart be the only ones that's leading this thing. It's gonna take
That's a
time. It's
part.
gonna take
That's
money.
a part.
It's gonna take
That's a part of
everybody.
the organizing, baby. Like all it, and we don't need everybody. I need y'all to cut that language. You don't need everybody. It only took 12 disciples in order to change the entire world. And Jesus was the same type of strategist. People were oftentimes trying to figure out, oh, why did he convert the tax collector? Why did he convert the lawyer? Why did he convert da da da? Okay, because within that, he wasn't just converting sinners into saints. He was strategizing. Jesus knew he was about to get into a lot of righteous ass trouble. So of course I needed a fucking lawyer on my team. I needed somebody who could get my ass out of the shit my God was going to get me into. Of course, he had Peter, who was considered wealthy as a fisherman at that time, because he also was in control of transportation. So, you know, it was about the proper specific strategizing of people in order to really galvanize and leverage the community. We don't need everybody. You only honestly need one wealthy motherfucker, a handful of wealthy rich people who got money to throw at shit. And those people are out there, honey. They've been out there in every generation, in every land, a part of every revolution. And you always got the people who willing to be the ground soldiers and to be on the front line. Those people have always existed. We just don't know who that is right now, because that level of organizing just hasn't happened, but it's here. And it's just a matter of getting to it. It's just a matter of outsourcing and once again organizing. And we ain't gonna even do but so much talking here on this platform about that. You know, we can have more intense level of conversation offline. We can have more specific dialogue, you know, out of this space, because this is definitely not the appropriate space to get into the nooks and the crevices of it all. But trust and believe, all of those resources are there. God, the God that you speak of, sin, God would never bring us to any problem without giving us the solutions. All is here. It's just a matter of playing tic-tac-toe. It's just a matter of playing chess. It's just a matter of a proper strategy, a masterful, intelligent one, and just organizing the people and organizing the resources and having a clear path. But all of that is here, and that's what I know. I know that we have all the resources. It's just a matter of like Ruma said, it's just about finally taking that step. What this system did do is they really made a pussy out of the Black community by way of Christianizing the fuck out of us. And that was intentional. They wasn't giving us Jesus to save our souls or to save us from God's wrath. They gave us Jesus to save them from our wrath. Because as long as they could tell us that it was wrong to be aggressive, it was wrong to oppose, as long as they could overemphasize and almost slander the concept of love and sell us this submissive shit and this you get yours in heaven shit and you turn the other cheek shit, all that shit has been misconstrued and taught out of context. But that's why they gave us Christianity. It was not about our souls. That's why they gave the slaves a redacted Bible. And they gave, and that redacted Bible, ironically, didn't have the Moses story in it. It didn't have any of the revolts in it. It didn't have any of the instances in scriptures where the people picked up their swords, picked up their crosses, and marched ahead. It didn't have those things in it. And we've been here trying to make Christianity real while they use Christianity as a weapon. And it worked for them, which is why they're in the position that they're in right now. See, white people have actualized something that we haven't, which is that they're literal gods, but they operate in their ego, which is why their version of godhood is so violent and it's so abusive and exploitative. We are sitting here still thinking of ourselves as something separate from that which is. We're sitting here continuing to think of ourselves as the divine is something out there when we're nothing but a downloaded version of the divine as well. We are the divine incarnated. When we're talking about looking to God, we're talking about really looking to ourselves and looking to the most wise and self-liberating and divine parts of our consciousness to tap into the ideals, to tap into all of the life-giving thoughts that bring outcomes together, strategies together, etc. It's about going within and not going without. So as far as I'm concerned, God is already here. God speaks every time that we speak. Every time that we say it is, every time we establish what we want in the way that is what God wants. There is no such thing as some God out there. It's all right here. It always has been. That's why Yahshua was trying to tell niggas the kingdom is at hand, baby. Y'all trying to get into heaven. I'm trying to get heaven into y'all. Everything is happening right here. And it's time for us to stop being scared. We're very fear-based. We've become very comfy in individuality, and we don't really want to shake the table too bad, especially if it's going to cost us something, if it's going to cost us our lives, cost us our livelihood, if it's going to just cost us anything. And once again, you still see white people to this day, regardless of everything that they have to live for, still willing to lay their motherfucking life down. And January 6th was the truth and the facts of it. And I respect them hoes for it, because if we just had a little bit of that, just a little bit of that, I can't even be mad at them hoes for it, baby. Like, they know what it is. They always on the type of time that needs to be on when it comes to securing a spot. I'm tired of us thinking that we're going to be able to be nice about this shit entirely. We're not. We're being way too reasonable, way too polite, way too courteous, way too demure about it all.
Conscious, I don't know if you want to or not. If you see, there's somebody asking for the link in the
I
chat.
ain't getting no motherfucking link. That
I don't
bitch
know
ain't
what's
getting no
going
link up
on.
here. That bitch ain't
Okay.
getting no link up here. Continue to stay a pissed off ass African hoe. I don't give a fuck.
I gotta go back and read the comments because I don't know what she been saying. I'm assuming it's a she.
Talking about we already done missed our opportunity to get information, that we already done pissed off the Africans. Oh, you talking about those bootlickers who come over here and identify with massa ass because they are part of the assimilating crew that think that they somehow are separate and different than African Americans.
Yep. And they say it all the time. Don't hang out with African Americans because they do drugs and all this extra stuff. I heard it myself.
Bougie. Since y'all so bougie and y'all so uppity, keep your uppity asses off the stream. You shouldn't even want to be amongst us. Like, what they be calling us? Mixed blood and all type of shit. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Keep all that same energy. We good.
Right.
So yeah.
Well, I've appreciated the dialogue. I look forward to what's to come. I'm praying that we do get into formation moving forward.
I got some people that we can be talking to very soon. Not talking to out here, but talking to in here. So you know, I've been around the world, and I've been pulling and making connections and finding like-minded individuals. So we're going to be having some offline galvanizing dialogues, but it's going to start with me exposing them to y'all, the inner circle, first, so that then we can spiritually process, and we can vet, and we can just get into our discernment, and then we can just continue, because baby, we just gonna start our own. We're gonna start it right here. We're gonna be about that action. And look, every revolution started as some small in-house living room storefront, and then the expansion occurred.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward. I know you're gonna keep me in mind. I'm
Oh
ready
yeah.
to do
But this
the
is
work.
yes, but this ain't for the faint of heart, baby. So
No,
it
I understand. That's what I'm
all
saying. I'm ready
y'all.
to do all the
Mhm.
work. And I want to say to Cynthia, I know I know that there's roles to be played with everyone, and it's not a one strategy type. This is not going to be a one strategy victory. So there's some of your speaking points that I do understand. I feel like we need to organize in every aspect, but this right here is about getting active. You know what I mean? Like that's what this is about for the other strategies that we are going to move forward ahead and organizing and things of that nature. I too want to take part in that. We just have to be very vigilant from henceforth. I know we always say we're battle fatigue, and we know that there are ops amongst us and things of that nature. But it's like I've been rejuvenated. Like I don't know how to even explain. I don't know if there's even verbiage to really explain
I know what
what
you're
I
talking about.
feel.
Mhm.
And because of that, like I don't want, and I will not allow anyone's anyone else's, maybe their lack of inspiration or fight or drive, motivation, whatever it is. I'm not going to allow that. With the utmost respect, I'm just not going to allow that energy to even be in my presence, because I think we've dealt with that for the last 60 to 70 years, and I'm like, enough with that. We know what our issues are. We know, what I mean, what's to be, what's to come ahead. I'm just personally, with like I said, the utmost respect to everyone and their opinions. I'm not going to allow it to be in my space. So it's not a personal thing. It's a necessary thing. I think we need that energy of fuck around and find out. That should be our
Mhm.
energy moving forward. Fuck around and find out.
Hmm.
Ain't no more passive ass fucking energy.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the women need to go into the self-defense classes in the LGBT community too, because this is gonna get real, real.
Baby, it's time for
And
us
that's it,
to be
cool.
putting out
TJ, that
kids in mutual combat classes. It's time for us, like, we need to be raising our kids the same way that white people do. Teach their ass how to garden, how to build, how to hunt, how to camp, how to live off the motherfucking land, like all of that. It's gonna take an entire rebranding of our community, starting with the young people for sure, because they are the future. And they are part of the ones who have to continue on in the good fight, because ain't no telling how long the fight going to ensue. So they have to have the means to survive. They have to have the means to organize. They have to have the means as well to stay the course. We have to stop putting these kids in front of fucking video games and shit. Like, it's time to really
Hmm.
teach black youth what the fuck time it always has been, and where America still is, and teach them some real survival skills. Because America is about to get off the chain, baby. And when Trump said that he only need motherfuckers to vote once, I don't think he was obviously talking about himself. I mean, he's edging toward his own death at his bitter, big back, diabetic ass life. But I know that what he was talking about is that whatever they're trying to do, they're trying to secure the extreme right wing in the positions of power for good.
Hmm.
That's
Making
gonna,
it,
it's gonna go beyond him. It's not about securing him in forever. It's about securing what he stands for in
yeah,
forever. What
making
him
this
and his
country
party stands for in forever.
making this country a Christian fascist,
Yeah,
national fascist country, which means that everybody in America will have to go by the Christian rule,
yeah.
which holds everybody back. So,
Imperialism in full force, baby.
yep.
It's going to be completely
And
up.
and a reference, I really want black people, African Americans, to really do some history research regarding the year of 1492 out in Spain, which explains everything. So, history deems to repeat itself. So, yeah.
I feel pumped up. I'm so glad to know that, the bold is ready to be bold, baby, because it's in a strange way. I feel very connected to this time. Like, I know I came for a time like this, and I think a lot of people are going to awaken to why they were called to manifest in this era. And I think a lot of people can feel that pulling on them. So I think we have a lot more recruitants than you might think. Saying, every time I looked at a Black Lives Matter rally, or I looked at Ferguson, I looked at the galvanizing around Breonna Taylor, I looked at all these things. I was like, okay, yeah, like we still do that too, but we just not. The thing about us is that we are very reactive instead of proactive. If we can just organize that energy, if we can be more intelligent about directing our frustration, we can have a good thing going. But because we're responding impulsively and emotionally, we then swing wild when we
Yeah,
do.
man.
We
And
like swinging with our eyes closed. Mm-hmm.
I was gonna say, that's what racist people believe about black people. They believe that we have low impulse control.
Mm-hmm.
So when we react in those type of ways, we feed into their bias. So yeah, it's gonna be some buck wild white supremacists that's gonna start doing shit. But yeah, there's gonna be a lot of trolling. That's what I'm trying to say. That's what I'm trying to tell people, to get off of social media and just touch the grass a little bit, because it's just gonna get real ugly once he's in office. There's gonna be a lot of trolling, a lot of all types of shit.
Yeah, it's already happening. Like, with them sending like those mass text messages out to Black university students about reporting to Plantation A, reporting to Plantation B. Like, all of the bullshit of it all has already started. But we're gonna act upon solutions, and we're going to do our fair share of being a bird in the system and actually taking action in the system. So I hope you guys came up. I got to get out of here. I know that y'all got other shit to do. We will talk very soon. I appreciate y'all for coming up. TJ, thank you so much for coming up. I'm so glad to have you up here. We talk about trans
You're
issues.
welcome.
So, I would love for you to come up and speak. And we rarely kind of hear from trans men, though. So, we need trans men, trans women. We need all that.
Yeah, I try my best, but I appreciate
it. All right, boo. Anybody else have anything that they want to say before we get up out of here?
I thank y'all. I love y'all. And let's just, sit back and watch. All right, y'all. Have a good one.
Reckless, Sin, are y'all there? Any final words before we get up out of her?
Oh, go ahead. I was just gonna say, love y'all. Miss being on the platform. I've been working hard and grinding.
Getting that coin, baby.
Having to keep conversation.
Yes.
Somewhere we got to start organizing this. I'm ready for the shit and shenanigans. I always stay ready. Yeah. But in all things that I do, I don't forget God either. And I understand that he gave us everything that we need to fight this fight, but we just a selfish generation, and we got to correct that.
Yeah, and we're going to correct it. That's the good news. Correction is here, and this was the pressure and the continual pressure to come that's going to create that incentive to do the necessary correcting, because this is unlivable, and we can't leave our children and our nieces and nephews and our sons and daughters in this predicament. Like I said, like Rumor said, it's time to give them what they want. They've been asking for something, and they gonna get what they looking for.
Yep, they sent for us, and now here we are.
All right, boo.
Love you, boo.
Love you too, boo.
Happy early birthday too.
Thank you, love. Thank you so much, boo. And I think Reckless is probably getting ready for work. Let me see what time it is. Oh, he's probably already at work. Shit. So you guys know my birthday is Friday. So yeah. Happy early birthday to me. I will be going live on Friday just to talk shit and kick it for a little bit before I get into the shenanigans of it all. This has been a powerful conversation. I am, like Rumors in Tea, I'm encouraged. There are those of us who are willing to do our part and to kind of do the hard work. You know, I always knew, baby, it would come down to this. So it's coming down to this. And it is what it is. So we'll be doing our part. And I encourage, everybody to stay ready. Start having some really important conversations with friends, family. Start preparing. Start talking to your pastors. Organize at church. Community leaders and activists, we need them more than ever. Allies, we need them more than ever. But yeah, this is not going to be a pretty victory. This is about getting sweaty. It's about making sacrifices. It's about giving up things. It's about being willing to be uncomfortable. It's about all of that. So as I said before, no change is without that. There's nothing ever poetic and attractive and beautiful, especially about changes collectively. So if you're a lazy hoe, this ain't for you. If you're a pussy hoe, this ain't for you, baby. Just stay the hell out the way. If you're a scary hoe, this ain't for you. This is only, baby, for the people who willing to get their hands dirty early. All right. So I'll see y'all later. Happy hump day. We may be back for some celebrity commentary. I got some people on the docket, honey, that we need to make fun of and drag to hell, baby. So I'll be seeing y'all soon. I love y'all. Stay enlightened. Thank you, BS, for coming up as well, boo. Once again, you guys know all donation information is in the description box below, $Consciouztv or paypal.me/Consciouztv. And I will see y'all later. Bye.